Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert and this is the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of Skyrim. Jenny! Lovely to see you, I hope you're well. Good evening Rob, I dropped by to say hello, still in the office. Oh, I understand. That was very kind of you to do anyway. I hope work isn't too onerous right now. You take good care of yourself. I voluntarily stay behind to study for my professional exam. Oh, of course, of course. That's a good point. Since it's a little late in the day, isn't it? I am well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Skyrim. So, the last quest we were completing was the Grey Cowl of Nocturnal questline. We finished up all our business in Solitude, and I believe we now have to go back to... where was it? Riften? Yeah, Riften. Hang on. Obtain the Ancestral Sword, so I don't have it yet. Yes, hang on. Let me double check what the note said. I don't know which note it is. Not that one. Okay, not that one. So probably this one? Nope. No worries, I'm well and hope you and everyone here is well too. Back to my study now. Bye for now. Bye for now. You take care. I've genuinely forgotten what note this was. Oh, it was probably this one. There we go. You've made it this far, which proves you're ready for the real work. But first, let's go over why you're here. You may have heard the grey fox is dead. It's true. But the fox lives on in the one who wears the cowl. This job will tell me if that person is you. Okay, hang on. That's not the one. That's the preceding note. Final instructions. Found it. You're good. You picked her pockets clean and made the switch. Now you need to put these skills to the test once more. In Silverdrift Lair is a tomb that houses an ancient Nord clan. Near a large chest is a corpse with a lantern. Its candle still burning. It holds a key. When you have the key, open the chest and you'll find a sword that can raise the dead. When you find it, bring it to the grave of the Grey Fox in Riften. It's a small unmarked headstone on the east side of the cemetery. Complete the task and maybe you'll even get to meet him. Right, so that's what we need to do. That's the next quest. We've also got the Destroy the Dark Brotherhood quest line, which we will probably do afterwards. So, first job, locate Silverdrift Lair. Since we've not been there before. Okay. That is between Dawnstar and Windhelm. Okay. Much closer to Dawnstar, actually. I think we can make that work. Alright. So just take a carriage to Dawnstar and make our way south. It'll be chilly, but that's nothing new. Let's get into it. Doopa-doopa-doo. I'm sure you can. Actually, what's our carry weight right now? Too high. I am so glad I thought of that now. Because we've been told we need to pick up some sort of sword. How heavy is that going to be? Can you imagine if I made my way into the dungeon? It wasn't till we got there that I realised. Actually, do you know what? We don't need more money. What I think I'm going to do is something we've done before. I'm going to head to Hadraheim, dump everything in a chest, and then take out only the stuff I think we need. Actually, maybe I won't quite do that. I don't want to lose things that are on the hotbar. Yeah, so I kind of want to do the reverse of that. Like, show me all my not favourites. Oh well, I'll work something out. Hatraheim. So if we're going to Hatraheim first... where is it closest to? It's closest to Whiterun, isn't it? Hendraheim, I apologise. If I can get to Rorikstead, that's actually much better. Let's see if we can get a carriage to Rorikstead. That's interesting. I don't remember hearing that dialogue before. Is that me forgetting that I've heard that dialogue before? Or is it that it's just down to luck and it's never triggered before? Or is the world actually... Is time passing in the world actually causing quests to appear? Not that I know that's a quest. I mean, it could just be an event.
Where do you want to go?
Can you take me to Rorikstead? No.
Until next time.
Alright. If you can take me to Rorikstead, how close can you take me? Whiterun's a candidate. Is there another one that's... No. I don't think there is a better one than Whiterun. Whiterun's workable, but it's a bit of a long trip. Oh well. It is what it is. Whiterun, please.
Where do you want to go?
Whiterun.
Climb and back and we'll be off. Oh, steady.
Yeah, we really do need to get the character's weight down. It's kind of silly how
chat with an old woman, do your good deed for the
I'm afraid not. I'm off to elsewhere. Not the home of the Khajiits. Gotta head out. What was I thinking? Yep, so... Yeah, it is getting kinda silly how over-encumbered we are, so we'll head to Hadraheim. Hadraheim? One of those. We'll dump as much stuff as we can, so that we actually... I'm hoping that we can get our weight down to, at most, 100. Out of the, 240 or so that we can carry. And then we'll head to the dungeon that we've been instructed to go to. That's my current thinking. I would say, even with the mods, inventory management in Skyrim isn't the easiest thing. Which way am I going? Through here, I guess. This appears to be a dead end, so I guess we're not going through here. Let me bring the compass up. We want to go west, don't we? This way. Don't know how we've ended up going cross country. We're being chased, wonderful. Right, how are we looking? In fact, why haven't I marked the approximate location of Hadraheim? I've just realised why, since we started the game, we've never been allowed to put a marker on a place on the map. It's only just hit me. It's because if we weren't in survival mode, clicking on the place would ask you whether you want to fast travel there. In a game that doesn't support fast travel, or, you know, fast travel without the aid of interacting with objects in the world, in a game without fast travel like that, you would expect clicking on the locations to offer you the opportunity to set a marker. But in a game that has fast travel, you don't need the marker, because you just go there. The game warps you there. And whenever the survival mod was introduced, either they didn't think of that, or the game engine wouldn't let them change it. Oh, hello. Oh, that's annoying. Oh my goodness, there's so many of them. Why it gotta be like this? I'm so sick of dealing with zombies in this game. I just don't enjoy the encounters. I think I discussed this before in a previous stream. The way Skyrim does the encounters just isn't fun, in my view. Because it's always very generic enemies. They're never interesting. The easy enemies are just are just a bit of a time waste. But then the actually hard enemies are of course very frustrating. I mean, it's not that we can't beat those zombies, it's just having had encounters with them before. I'm fairly certain that beating those zombies would take us a while. Especially without Serana's help. I'm not sure where she's gone. There we go, that's our mountain goat of a horse. I think our home should be just round this corner. That's not our home. And I'm pointing the wrong way. Over here. Tinky! Tinky Yuki. Oh, it's such a pleasure to see you. How are you? How have things been? What was I thinking? Yeah, I think, so part of, like I say, I feel like games like Fallout, that was interesting, I'm thinking of the originals because I've not played the Bethesda ones, did encounters a lot more interestingly than Skyrim does, and I think part of the problem is that the encounters, actually I'll tell you what the root issue is, it's that the combat in Skyrim just isn't that fun, frankly. Like, I mean, it's okay. I think I've discussed this before. It's fit for purpose. It does the job. But that's about all. Like, I'm never really excited that I'm about to have a fight in Skyrim. Like, the actual process of fighting enemies in Skyrim isn't so enjoyable that I can't wait for the next one. And so, therefore, when we suddenly get a bunch of tanky zombies get the drop on us, it's not... As I say, it wears on you after a while. It's just like, ugh, again? As opposed to something you really look forward to. Oh, Hello again, Serana. That's the root cause. If the combat in the game was really exciting, you wouldn't have this problem. But it's not really exciting, and if they were going to insist upon having those sort of random encounters, they could still address it without addressing the combat itself, I think. But the way they'd have to do that is make the encounters much rarer. I mean, I don't know precisely how rare, but I'm thinking as just a baseline, make them 4 times as rare. So when you do get an encounter, it is genuinely an uncommon thing. And then probably just try and make them more just unique. Less, oh, a bunch of zombies have found you. More, oh, there's this NPC that's suddenly trying to do something interesting. You know, like when we get bandits trying to mug us. Now, I think that's also wearing a bit, but only because it happens so often. If it was 4 times as rare, it would be more special, and if more of the encounters were like that, I think overall it would be an improvement. I'm looking for where we put all our stuff. Is it in here? Yes. That was the issue that prevented my full engagement with The Witcher. The combat didn't work for me at all. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I had heard good things about The Witcher, so it's a little disappointing to hear that, but that makes sense. I've said it before. I don't think Skyrim is as good as a lot of people say it is. I think it's just very playable. It's very easy to turn your brain off and just play for a long time. But it's genuinely mediocre at almost everything. There's nothing it really excels at. And in particular, as I just suggested, I don't think the combat's that exciting. I just don't. Probably the smartest game design decision they made is realizing that the thing that the player is going to be doing the most in the game is walking or running, and therefore trying to design the world in such a way that they're likely to stumble across interesting things. That's where the exploration part of the game that's been so praised comes in. We'll be picking some of this stuff up again, to be clear. All I'm trying to do right now is quite desperately get our weight down. And once we've done that, I'll worry about what other stuff we're gonna pick up again. I always forget I have the circlet of water breathing, and that's really bad because it's genuinely really good situationally. What was it that you didn't gel with well in terms of the combat, if you don't mind my asking? I'll keep all the food, because we're always going to need food. I should probably sell the ingredients, so I'll keep those on me. I'll dump out all the books we don't need. Most of these are quest books, though. Key items. I think I do need to keep all the keys, but they're weightless, so it doesn't matter. Oh, gold is actually in our inventory. I was looking for it the other day and I couldn't find it. Well, now I know. Okay. Right. We've definitely got our weight down a lot. So the next question is, what do I want to pick back up? Being reasonably conservative. I wish there was just like a keyring item that collected all your keys, instead of having each one show up independently. Right, we're gonna want some potions on us. I'll take the blood, I'll take the cure poison, I will definitely take the invisibility. Health. Actually, what really good health potions do we have? Ultimate healing, I'll take those. Ultimate magicka. When do I use stamina? That'll probably do for that lot. Do I want any scrolls at all? I never use them as the thing. Some of these could be useful. A lot of these we've out-leveled though. I'll take the mayhem back. Those could be useful. And mass paralysis, I think. Just those. Oh, I had a bunch of Crimson Nirnroot anyway. That would have made that quest earlier a lot easier. I'll pick these back up and to sell. Was there anything in here that I didn't want to... Oh, the soul gems. The filled soul gems I should be keeping with me. There we go. How are we looking? 109 out of 245. That's a little heavier than I wanted. But I don't think I've got anything on me that I can really point to and say, well, shouldn't really have that. Certainly not anything heavy. Yeah, I think we go with this. I mean, we've about halved our weight. In fact, we've more than halved our weight now I think about it. So I call that a win. How are you anyway, Tinky? If you don't mind my asking. Right, head back to Whiterun. That's our next destination. And then we'll take the... What's it called? We'll take the carriage to Dawnstar. And then we'll head south down to that silver... Was it Silverlight Lair? To continue the Grey Cowl of Nocturnal questline. Rowdy! It's lovely to see you. How are you, Rowdy? Lurking, I have to human. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But thank you for lurking. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a very pleasant lurk. Tato! Lovely to see you, Tato. How have you been? I couldn't make specific enough observations to make sense. Let me try again. Apparently I can't talk today. I couldn't make specific enough observations so it would make sense necessarily. It was just that I didn't personally find it fun, which in a game where combat is the most likely outcome of most negotiations made it overall less engaging. After the full game and full city, I see. Well, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it all the same. By the way, that was the horn call from Richard Strauss, Don Juan. Oh, the one that played when Rowdy arrived. Interesting. Because Pikachu played that. She's a... you may well have met Pik. Excuse me. Okay. Guess we didn't see it. You may well have met Pikachu in chat, but she's a streamer and a good friend of mine. And she did all the horn recordings that I use. I didn't realise that was the case. Interesting. I'll have to ask her about it. And thank you for sharing. Well, she knows her Strauss, so it would seem. I will have to remember to ask her about that. How are you, Tato? How's Tato this fine day? Who's this? Telscar the Wanderer.
The life of adventure and song is the life for us, eh, friend?
Can you teach me about speechcraft?
Ah, well, after a little incident with a roguish lad and the daughter of a prominent thane, well, let's just say, best not. Afraid not. But if you're serious about sharpening that tongue, you might try the Bard's College in Solitude.
Interesting. Thank you for the lead. What's this? What's this clip, Tato? I'll have to take a look at that shortly.
For a generous fellow traveler. But of course, what would you like to hear?
Oh, I get a choice. Do you know the Age of Aggression? Would you play Tale of the Tongues? Can you play the Dragonborn Comes? That seems awfully conceited. Let's go with that one.
Ysmir's blessing on you. This one's a favorite of mine. A legend we all know and love. Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes. With the voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord art.
Serana.
Believe the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed, and the legend yet grows. You'll know, the Dragonborns come.
Oh wow, I see. It's the mammoth. Thank you for sharing that, Tato. I appreciate that. Sorry, I was using the opportunity while he was singing to look at the clip you made. That was very kind of you. Right, onwards to Whiterun. Then we take the carriage over to Dawnguard. Not Dawnguard, what's it called? Dawnstar. That's the one. Make our way south to the dungeon, grab the sword, and then go back and find the Grey Fox's grave. I think that's what was spelled out to us. And then I guess we'll head to Fog Reef. Is that the name, or Fog Reach? I think it's Reach. That doesn't look right. And see about destroying the Dark Brotherhood, which is the other quest we have right now. Oh, okie dokie, Tato. I hope you have a lovely lurk. If there is anything I could do to improve, do let me know. You know, if there's anything that has been putting you off or anything like that, that does not look right. I'm going to save and reload because that shouldn't be happening. And I don't trust it. There we go. What unusual shortage in Norway led to to a peculiar black market? Black market? That suggests that a shortage led to something being illegal. Could it be they were rationing something? Where's the carriage? There it is. Okay. You right there, Serana? There we go.
I can take you to any of the hold. Where do you want to go?
Dawnstar.
Climb and back, and we'll be off.
Okie dokie.
Sun feels good, huh?
We've been using these, this carriage system for a long time, haven't we? They've got a lot of custom from us. Right, we definitely need to. Actually, we need to do two things. We do need to grab food, but I've just noticed how tired our character is. We do not want to be doing this dungeon quite yet. Our character needs a nap. It's the long and the short of it. But do I remember where the inn is? I think it's higher up than this. I probably spawned next to the inn, didn't realise, and then wandered down. Is it the farthest house over there? I say house, building. Norwegian butter crisis in 2011 caused a severe butter shortage, leading to inflated prices, smuggling, and even an international appeal for help.
I work for the Wind Peak Inn.
Blimey.
Come on
I
in.
didn't know about that.
Stoke the fire.
I can understand that they could have run short on butter,
I'm sorry.
but why would there be an international appeal for help? I feel like I don't see any immediate, you know, cause for concern if you didn't have any butter available.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Okay.
I'll
Oh,
show you to your room. Right this way.
is this the one? No. Is this the one? No.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Over here? Over here. Wonderful. Let's make sure our character gets a nice long nap. We'll have something to eat and then we'll head out to the dungeon. Seems like a plan to me. Yeah, other than being astonishingly hungry, our character's fine. That'll do. Serana, please. Thank you. Wasn't there some way I discovered you could actually... Did I dream this? Didn't I discover a button that meant I could tell the
Hilltop, the school splitter.
companions to move out the way? Still lurking. Had therapy at 12:45. Still here and supporting. Oh, I see. I hope therapy goes well. Do you have a lot planned for your therapy session? Do you? What? Sorry, do you plan ahead what you want to talk about? Oh, coming after me. I wonder why. Oh, blast, they actually got me. Ooh! It's a Pikachu! A Pikachu's arrived! At Tinky Yuki. It was probably till Yulen's Bilga,
Be better than this.
which I'm sure I mispronounced. Ah, they follow you around non-violently for a while and then they attack. Isn't that interesting? I'm half tempted to summon the dragon on them.
We're here to teach you a lesson.
Oh my goodness. Why isn't this working? Genuinely, why is this not working? It's lovely to see you, Pikachu. How are you? There we go. Hey, Dernovere. I've got some thugs here you might enjoy eating. Or Concerto number 1 by Strauss. Good ear though. Serana's hired thug. Contract. So could I have found the contract in any of them, or did I have to examine the right one first, or is it scripted so that whichever one I look at first always has the contract on them? Unclear. Am I able to access your inventory? No. Okay. Let's look at this contract. Here is the agreed upon amount. I expect you to faithfully carry out my request to teach a lesson to the thief Valera. You need not kill her, but I have no qualms about it if you deem it necessary. Gisley! Gisley figured out what happened. Amazing. Avon! Bless my heart, we've been blessed with Avon this day. Praise be! Thank you, Avon. That's incredibly kind. Who are you attacking, Dernovere? Let me quickly check I don't have a bounty. I'd hate to think Dernovere's attacking the town. General stats. Crime. No, we seem to be alright. I'll leave him to it. I'm here twice. Oh my goodness, Rowdy. Does that mean I have to repeat every sentence to you twice? Does that mean I need to repeat every sentence to you twice? How are you? I'm surviving, thank you for asking. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Robert and this is the El Magnifico Games channel, and on this channel we play old games and we play new games. We play games that require you to think, and we play more actiony games. And today we're playing Skyrim. If you enjoy these sort of cozy streams, why does that snow leopard have a ring on it, of all things? A garnet ring. If you enjoy these sort of cozy streams, I'm usually live on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. Mondays and Fridays from 6 o'clock UK time, and Wednesdays from 4 o'clock UK time. That's when I do collaborations with Avon. We've been playing through Bloodborne most recently. Sending virtual hugs. I need a beverage. Oh, of course, you were doing your, sorry, Avon, I should have realised you were doing your no maintenance run, weren't you? In Dark Souls. Avon's recently begun a Dark Souls playthrough where they aren't allowed to repair items. If an item breaks, they have to get rid of it. Well, actually, they didn't strictly speaking say that last part. I suppose they could just keep it useless in their inventory. But yeah. I assume it's going to encourage them to keep changing their equipment. I got a lot farther in Dark Souls no maintenance than I thought I would today. Oh goodness me, how far in are you? And what are the rules? Are you only doing the mandatory sections of the game? Or do you have to defeat every enemy that has a boss health bar or something else? I'm not allowed to upgrade anything either. Upgrades repair things. Oh. Oh. That is going to make your life a lot harder. What are you going to end up doing? Using pyromancy or something? Like, I'm just wondering how you're going to get end game damage if you can't upgrade anything. Maybe an unupgraded crystal weapon would be competitive? I don't know. Or are you just going to have to try really, really hard? Where's this place we're going to? There. Just over the mountain. Yeah, I think it probably is going to be easier if I try and go round. I don't think the dungeon I'm trying to go to is actually really high up. I think there's just like a bit of a mountain range between us. So it makes more sense for me to go round. Could be wrong. But that's the impression I get. Oh dearie me, our character's cold. Hope it's warm inside the dungeon or we're going to have a problem. Yeah, I'm going to have to go around that, aren't I? Oh goodness me. That's a problem. Normally, snowy saber cats would be problematic. Oh wait, the other I didn't see when the other thug dropped, so I never got to check their inventory. Oh well. Because they were following us and they're not following us now, so I assume the spell ran out. But I didn't notice when that happened. That's a pity. Alright, how close are we to the place we're going? Pretty close. The only problem is, we really are freezing quickly. At this rate, we might not make it. I could turn into a vampire lady. That would protect us from the cold. But I'm also kind of expecting this Silverlight lair to be, you know, in front of us right now. We should be really close. Yeah, I am going to have to transform. We're not going to make it otherwise. Remember how much harder this game was before we could do this? And I don't think this is even intended. I think it's a limitation of the game. That,
Who's there?
for some reason it can't track how cold you are when you're transformed. Hello there.
You picked a bad time to get lost.
Did I? They did a good job of jinking me there, didn't they? Excuse me? Great big vampire monster appears. Die already so I can take your stuff, is what they say. Just trying to get warm by this fire before we transform back. I started the run today. I ran around collecting things and did the Sen skip to get to the lightning spear from the Sen's mimic. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that one. Isn't Sen skip when you get into Sen's House of Fun really early? Oh, I know the lightning spear you're talking about. Yeah, and I remember the mimic. Quelag is weak to lightning, so I really wanted that damage type. Also pivoted into... Oh, she's taken control of somebody. Okay. I also pivoted into Ash Lake at one point to get Chloranthy Ring and the Dragon Greatsword. I'm trying to remember where Ash Lake is. That is not what I meant to do. Revert fall. I can't help but notice that looks a lot like a noblewoman, not a bandit. Serana's noble. It is. That is really concerning. Do I have a bounty? No. Well, technically 5. I'm not quite sure how you ended up in combat with a noblewoman, Serana. It's a little concerning. Dead bandit, and I didn't kill him. Another dead bandit. The Thick Plottons. The bosses I've bitten today are a Silent Demon, Taurus Demon, Gargoyles, Capra Demon, Gaping Dragon, and Quelag. That's incredible. That's a lot. Well done, Avon. Hello there. I assume they were an enemy. The undead invariably are. I don't think we've... Aside from the odd spirit, I don't think we've spoken to any undead at any point. Ah. Barred from the other side, so that's a shortcut back out once we've completed this dungeon. Yeah, send skip is when you get into sense early. I did that almost immediately after getting Gravelord Greatsword. Oh, also forgot I offed pin cushion. I see. Words and philosophy. Two-handed increase. Lady Bennock's words and philosophy. Lady Alana Bennock, former master of the Valenwood Fighters Guild and head of the Emperor's personal guard in the Imperial City, has been leading a campaign to reacquaint the soldiers of Tamriel with the sword. I met with her on 3 different occasions for the purposes of this book. The first time was at her suite in the palace, on the balcony overlooking the gardens below. I was early for the interview, which had taken me nearly 6 months to arrange, but she gently chided me for not being even earlier. "I've had time to put up my defences now," she said, her bright green eyes smiling. Lady Bennock is a Bosmer, a wood elf, and like her ancestors took to the bow in her early years. She excelled at the sport, and by the age of 14 she had joined the hunting party of a tribe at Jack Spur, a long-distance shooter, during the Black Year of 396, when the Darrick tribe began their rampage through southeastern Valenwood with the aid of the powers from the Somerset Isle. Lady Bennock fought the futile battle to keep her tribe's land. I'm not allowing myself to use spells. I can use spell tools, but only for bonking. Interesting. Sounds like you made jolly good progress. How are those weapons holding up? Are any of them badly damaged already? "I killed someone for the first time when I was 16, she says now. "I don't remember it very well. He or she was just a blur on the horizon when I aimed my bow. It meant no more to me than shooting animals. I probably killed 100 people like that during that summer and fall. I didn't really feel like a killer until that wintertide, when I learned what it was like to look into a man's eyes as he spilled his blood. It was a scout from the Darrick tribe who surprised me while I was on camp watch. We surprised each other, I suppose. I had my bow at my side and I just panicked, trying to string an arrow when he was half a yard away from me. It was the only thing I knew to do. Of course he struck first with his blade, and I just fell back in shock. You always remember the mistakes of your first victim. His mistake was assuming because he had drawn blood and I had fallen that I was dead. I rushed at him the moment he turned from me towards the sleeping camp of my tribesmen. He was caught off guard and I wrested his blade away from him. I don't know how many times I stabbed him. By the time I stopped, when the next watch came to relieve me, my arms were black and blue with strain. There was not a single piece of him left. I'd literally cut him into pieces, you see. I had no concept of how to fight or how much it took to kill a man. I forgot I took out Ceaseless too. Are there any bosses left, David? I'm teasing. Lady Bennock, aware of this deficiency in her education, began teaching herself swordsmanship at once. You can't learn how to use a sword in Valenwood, she says, which isn't to say Bosma can't use blades, but we were largely self-taught. As much as it hurt when my tribe found itself homeless, pushed to the north, it did have one good aspect. It afforded me the opportunity to meet Red Guards. If she was attacked by someone with a blade, then clearly who was attacking Valenwood, then which I believe they described as one of the tribes, then that suggests some Bosma were using them. The weapons are holding up surprisingly well. None are even halfway to breaking, even though I haven't been swapping weapons as much as I should. That's excellent news. Studying all manner of weapon wielding under the tutelage of Werde Accor, Lady Bennock excelled. She became a freelance adventurer, travelling through the wilds of southern Hammerfell and northern Valenwood, protecting caravans and visiting dignitaries from the various dangers indigenous to the population. Unfortunately, before we were able to pursue her story of her early years any further, Lady Bennock was called away on urgent summons from the Emperor. Such is often the case with the Imperial Guard, and these troubled times perhaps more so than in the past. I tried to contact her for another talk. Her servants informed me that their mistress was in Skyrim. Another month passed, and when I visited her suite, I was told she was in High Rock. I haven't gone after Sif or Moonlight Butterfly yet. I suspect you won't have any trouble with them. Did you say you did gargoyles today? Yeah, so you have actually unlocked Sens already. So the next story boss is going to be the Golem. To her credit, Lady Bennock actually sought me out for our second interview on Sun's Dusk of that year. I was in the tavern in the city called the Blood... In the city... I think they mean a tavern in the city, and the tavern was called the Blood and Rooster. When I felt her hand on my shoulder, she sat down at the rude table and continued to tell as if it had never been interrupted. She returned to the theme of her days as an adventurer and told me about the first time she ever felt confident with a sword. I owned at that time an enchanted dye katana, quite a good one, of Daedric metal. It wasn't an original Akaviri, not even of design. I didn't have that kind of money, but it served my primary but you could afford Daedric? That stuff is incredibly expensive. But it served my primary purpose of delivering as much damage with as little effort on my part as possible. Accor had taught me how to fence, but when faced with a life or death situation, I always fell back on the old overhand wallop. I'll be tackling both before going through Sens. I want as many levels as possible, but 4 Kings may be a little beyond me right now. Yeah, what are you even going to use for 4 Kings if you can't level your weapon? You might be able to do it with the Gravelord sword, but without leveling it, that's going to be a significantly tougher fight. A pack of orcs had stolen some gold from a local chieftain in Meditia, and I went looking for them in one of the ubiquitous dungeons that dot the countryside in that region. There were the usual rats and giant spiders, and I was enough of a veteran by then to dispatch them with relative ease. The problem came when I found myself in a pitch-black room, and all around me I heard the grunts of orcs nearing in. I waved my sword around me, connecting with nothing, hearing their footsteps coming even nearer. Somehow I managed to hold back my fear and to remember the simple exercises Master Akor had taught me. I listened, stepped sideways, swung, twisted, stepped forward, swung a circle, turned around, sidestepped, swung. My instinct was right. The orcs had gathered in a circle around me, and I found a light. I saw that they were all dead. That's when I focused on my study of swordplay. I'm stupid enough to require a near-death experience to see the practical purposes, you see. My intended route is Butterfly, Sif, Golem, unlock ONS and get Hawkring, pivot back into Dark Route to tackle the Hydra, hopefully Hawkring lets my unupgraded bow reach it, Priscilla, ONS. 4 kings are a post-manners problem. Oh, really? My goodness me, that's going to be hard. So you're going to the DLC before 4 kings. Lady Bennock spent the remainder of the interview responding in her typically blunt way to the veracity of various myths that surrounded her and her career. It was true that she became the master of the Valenwood Fighters Guild after winning a duel with the former master, was a stooge of the Imperial Battle Mage, the traitor Jagathan. Hang on. That was Arena. That dates this. Not when necessarily when the book was written, as in real life. I don't know if this book came out in Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, or Skyrim originally, but the fact that it's talking about Jagathan means this figure is long dead by the time we're reading this book in the world. I usually do manners before Sith. Bold is all I can say to that. It was not true that she was the one responsible for the Valenwood Guild's disintegration 2 years later. Actually, the membership in the Valenwood chapter was healthy, but in Tamriel overall the mood was not conducive for continued existence of a non-partisan organisation of freelance warriors. It was true that she first came to the Emperor's attention when she defended Queen Akarithi of Sentinel from a Breton assassin. It was not true that the assassin was hired by someone in the High Court of Daggerfall. This increases the likelihood this came out with Daggerfall. I don't know for sure, but the tone of this did make me think this was more likely to be a Daggerfall book than any other. At least, she said wryly, that has never been proven. It was also true that she married her former servant, Urken, after he had been in her service for 11 years. No one knows how to keep my weaponry honed like he does, she says. It's a practical business. Either had to give him a raise or marry him. The only story I asked her that she would neither admit nor refute was the one about Colaxes, the Emperor's bastard, meaning illegitimate son. When I brought up the name, she shrugged, professing no knowledge of the affair. I pressed on with the details of the story. Colaxis, though not in line for its succession, had been given the Archbishopric of the One, a powerful position in the Imperial City, and indeed over all Tamriel where that religion is honoured. Whisperings began immediately that Colaxis believed that the gods were angered with the secular governments of Tamriel and the Emperor specifically. It was even said that Colaxis advocated full-scale rebellion to establish a theocracy over the Empire. It is certainly true I pressed on, that the Emperor's relationship with Colaxis had become very stormy, and that legislation had been passed to limit the Church's authority. That is, up until the moment when Colaxis disappeared, suddenly, without notice to his closest of friends. Many said that Lady Bennock and the Imperial Guard assassinated the Archbishop Colaxis in the sacristy of his church. The date usually given was 29th of Sun's Dusk, 3rd Era, 398. Wait, hang on. That sounds too late for her to have also known Jagathan. Unless this book is early enough that they have the longer lives. They actually retconned how long elves lived in the Elder Scrolls. Before Morrowind, I think an elf could expect to live to about 1,000. Probably a little under. But with magic they could live longer. And then they completely retconned that, and I've forgotten, it's something like 120 now or something. If the Hawkring allows my bow to reach the Hydra from above, I may not even have to enter Manus' arena to kill him. That's a big maybe, though. Wait, what? You're just gonna snipe him from goodness knows how far away? Of course, responds Lady Bennock with one of her mysterious grins. I don't need to tell you that the Imperial Guard's position as protectors of the throne is as protectors of the throne, not assassins. But surely no one is more trusted that the guard. But surely no one. Oh, but surely no one is more trusted than the guard for such a sensitive operation, I said carefully. Lady Bennock acknowledges that, but merely says that such details of her duties must remain secret as a matter of Imperial security. Unfortunately, her ladyship had to leave early. The next morning, as the Emperor had business down south, of course, I couldn't be told more specific. She promised to send me word when she returned so we could continue our interview. As it turned out, I had business of my own in the Somerset Isles, compiling a book on the Stygic Order. It was therefore with surprise that I met her ladyship 3 months later and first told. We managed to get away from our respective duties to complete our third and final interview on a walk along the Disetto, the great river that passes through the royal parks of the city. Yeah, Manus can be sniped from outside his arena. There are no walls preventing it. I didn't know that. Takes a lot of arrows though. Even so, that's good to know. That could be useful. If I do any future runs. Well, I'm sure I will at some point. Straying away from questions for recent duties and assignments, which I guess rightly she was loath to answer, returned to the subject of sword fighting. Franda Hunding, she says, lists 38 grips, 750 offensive and 1800 defensive positions, and nearly 9,000 moves essential to sword mastery. The average back and slasher knows one grip, which he uses primarily to keep from dropping his blade. He knows one offensive position facing his target and one defensive position, fleeing. Of the multitudinous rhythms and inflections of combat, he knows less than one. The ways of the warrior were never meant to be the easiest path. The archetype of the idiot fighter is as solidly ingrained as that of the brilliant wizard and the shrewd thief, but it was not always so. The figure of the philosopher swordsman, the blade-wielding artist, are creatures of the past, together with the sword singer of the Red Guards, who are said to be able to create and wield a blade with but the power of his mind. The future of the intelligent blade wielder looks bleak in comparison to the glories of the past. Not wanting to end our interview on a sour note, I pressed Lady Alena Bennock for advice for young blade swingers just beginning their careers. When confronted with a wizard, she says, throwing periods of petals of canth leaf into the Disetto, close the distance and hit him hard. Well then. If I recall correctly, sniping Manus in New Game Plus took me about half an hour. Oh my goodness.
Who's there? I knew I heard something.
Yeah, that is a while, isn't it?
Still remember how to fight.
Do you mind knocking me over like that? Well, that got a bit buggy, didn't it? Right, let's talk. There you are. Uh-oh, you're actually kind of scary. Obviously I will fight you, but first... let's make sure we've recovered our health. Right, where was I? There you are. Ow, every one of your hits really hurts. They're not... I think Serana did that. Set off the trap that I was carefully avoiding. Where am I? Okay, up we go. I was going to say that the Draugr has been carefully avoiding the trap that I've been trying to lure them into. But then obviously Serana set the trap off, so Sniping Manus is not recommended unless you're doing a casual run or a challenge run that allows bows and crossbows, not for a speed run. This is true. It wouldn't be a great speed run tactic. I think we're probably going to win against the Death Lord, but goodness me if they're not annoying. Ow. Quit it. Ow! Nearly healed. Serana's quite the brave fighter, isn't she? Still duking it out with that Draugr Deathlord up there while we're down here healing. I don't know if knocking them down there was brilliant or a terrible idea. Ow. Well, clearly they found an angle on me. That said, it could technically be considered the optimum way to kill Manus if you're still thinking of doing that hyper-optimization run you've been thinking of at one point. Yes, I have still been thinking about that. And that's exactly the context in which I was thinking it might be worth it. Although, I can't help but think it would take a while on New Game Plus 6. Blast! Killed me before our character could stand up. Let's summon in a distraction for them. Not quite what I meant to do, but still. There we go. Ow. No, don't get caught, you'll die. Oh my goodness, isn't this the longest fight? I still think we're gonna win, but on New Game Plus 6 you might be better off maxing out your Pyro Glove and seeing if you can't take a chunk off his health with RTSR, Power Within, and Chaos Firestorm. What's RTSR? Did you just one-shot my Atronach? I don't appreciate that, and we win. To be fair, they took us out once before we took them out. I forgot to bring any arrows with me, didn't I? Am I correct in saying that? When I restocked all my supplies, did I forget arrows? I did forget arrows. At some point, we'll have to head back to Hendraheim then and rectify that mistake. How do I solve this then? Ooh! That bright gentleman, it's a pleasure to see you. How are you? This looks like a puzzle, but I can't turn anything. I don't think it is actually genuinely a puzzle. I mean, this also looks like it should be able to move. But again, if I can't rotate anything, and there's only 2 of them, not the usual 3, it's all suggesting to me that it isn't actually a genuine puzzle. Hey, hope you're doing well, Almag. I'm surviving, it's the usual stuff. We're a tear stone ring. You do more damage at low health. If I recall correctly, it's a 30% boost to all damage in DS1. Oh, blimey. Doing well, thank you. Hope you are well as well. Still sorting things out with that other counselling group. Seeing what can be arranged. This could well be trapped, so I probably shouldn't take that. This looks like it should be possible to lower it somehow, but I don't currently see a switch or anything. This is slightly embarrassing. I'm kind of stuck. I don't know. I don't know the way forward. So we'll have to figure it out. Against a large foe, one of the best damage setups I've seen is Chaos Firestorm with maxed out Pyro Glove, RTSR, Dragon Crest Ring, and Crown of Dusk. I do not recall what all of those do, but I have very little doubt you're right. Remember, in DS1, Pyromancy has no stat requirements or stat scaling. I remember! It's why I was seriously considering doing... There's the thing we needed. Seriously considering doing Pyro for this, the build I was talking about. The playthrough I was talking about, sorry, not build. Remember I've forgotten if I said this on stream or not, the concept of doing 7 cycles of stone, or 7 cycles in stone, where I was going to try and get to the point where I could fast roll in stone armor. And Pyro's a really good pick for that because the Pyro glove is weightless, I think. But I say I think, I'm fairly certain it is. Dragon Crest Ring buffs Sorcerers and Pyromancy. Crown of Dusk also does this, but decreases your magic resistance. Oh, I see. I see. Ow! Well, I fell for that. They got me good with that one.
Who's there?
Hello there, Dragon White. And Dragon Scourge. What have you been up to, that bright gentleman, if you don't mind my asking?
That'll teach you.
What have you been streaming and doing? A lot of fresh blood for and freshly cooked meat. This doesn't really figure with it being entirely undead down here, does it? Oh, and a dead bandit. It seems very much like the bandits came down here. I mean, this is the deepest we found a bandit body. It seems like the bandits came down here and had been inhabiting here for a long time before the Draugr attacked. Which is odd. I mean, did they find some deeper crypt that they didn't know was there initially, and then the Draugr streamed out and killed them all?
Done and done.
Is that a bedroll? It is. Jolly convenient. So if we needed to, we could we could nap here and recover our tiredness. Or mend our tiredness.
Where'd you
Okay, I don't know why they chose to use that behind, facing away from us, but hey ho. Far be it from me to criticise their combat choices when they've contributed significantly to our victory. Is that where we came from? I assume so, or else there'd be a way down there. Oh no, why have you done this? Let me through! Thank you. This looks concerning. Dragon Priest,
Where'd you come from?
Draugr Death Lord. Well, that got us out of there. To be fair.
What have you got?
If you started as a pyromancer, routed properly and did send skip to get into the DLC and acquire Black Flame before fighting Quelag, you could probably do up to New Game Plus with only pyromancy. +2, sorry. I may have to try that. I'll be very interested to know how it goes. If you do try it. Oh my goodness.
Who's there?
Oops, sorry. Oh, I didn't even hit Serrano, it's fine. How are they still not aware of me at this point? Right, Serrano, if you resurrect that Draugr Death Lord, that will help tremendously against the Dragon Priest. I can't see what's going on. Are those shadows I'm firing at, or the actual enemy? Oh my goodness. Oh, the Dragon Priest is nearly down. Serrano got him. Well, hey! The only real snag I see is the Hydra, to be honest. Is the Hydra highly resistant to flame? Weapon disarm, that's a new one. That might actually be one of the potentially most useful shouts we've gained access to in a long, long time. Shout defies steel as you rip through the weapon from an opponent's grasp. Shame I only have one level of it. Wait. Oh, I see. Is the ash pile... No, they were just overlapping. Or were they? Did the Dragon Priest turn into ash, but you can also click on their weapon? Ruined book. No, the Hydra is just hard to hit. The only bosses immune to fire are Quelag, Ceaseless, and Bed of Chaos, if I recall correctly. Boss mini enemies. Oh, that's why you want Black Flame. So you can do Pyromancy, which still hurts Quelag. Black flame deals physical damage. Oh, does it now? Not darkness. How do I go down there? Unclear. Dark isn't a damage type until DS2. Oh, that'll be why then. That's interesting. I don't necessarily disagree with that either. There's something that feels appropriate about dark damage, or dark attacks doing physical damage. Wonder who's buried there. Seems like an important position to have been. To have your body placed. All dark pyromancers and sorcerers are physical in TS1. Aha! There's the chain. So we can continue. Oh no. This is just taking us back to the start. I never found the thing we were sent after. Will clairvoyance help me? Yes. It looks like. Will it? No. I think it's just leading me back out. Which isn't much good. It is. Let me double check this. I have gone to the right place, right? This is Silver Light Lair. Silver Drift Lair, sorry. I think that is the place I meant. But I will double check. Can you imagine if I've gone to the wrong place? Yeah. In Silver Drift Lair is a tomb that houses an ancient Nord clan. Near a large quest is a corpse with a lantern. Its candle still burning. It holds a key. When you have the key, open the chest and you'll find a sword that can raise the dead. So that's what we're looking for. Also, it hasn't. I haven't overlooked the fact that I tried to put all the books away when we were at Hendraheim to save on carry weight, and I could have so easily. If it wasn't a quest item that meant that I had to keep it on me, I could so easily have put that that note away, and then we wouldn't have been able to check anything. Which, if you want an absolute nuke, invest in intelligence and acquire Dark Bead, the Manus Catalyst, Crown of Dusk, Dragon Quest Ring, RTSR, and Power Within, and cast Dark Bead at point blank. Interesting. Would that ruin Manus's day? Keeping a very close eye out for a locked chest with a body next to it. I've had it ruin Calamates. Oh, we're famished. Do. Of course, if you went to New Game Plus, you could use that exact same setup on every boss in the game, couldn't you? That could be your opener for gargoyles. Why are there hands coming up from the ground there? That's concerning. I've still not found this this body we were told about. I didn't even have Argis or Power Within, a Dark Bead ruined Calamity Day. So what you're saying is there's room for improvement. Okay, am I being an absolute moron? This is the second time we've been through this entire dungeon. I'm still not seeing this chest we've been told to expect, or the body. Let me read the note again. Final instructions. In Silverdrift Lair is a tomb that houses an ancient Nord clan. Near a large chest is a corpse with a lantern, its candle still burning. It holds a key. And then once we have the key, we go into the chest. Keeping my eye closely out for lanterns this time. Hummerty hum. The thing that makes Dark Bead so scary is that it's intended as a spread spell. Oh! The projectiles shoot out in a fan shape from a single point. If you hit an enemy with Dark Bead at point blank, however, the enemy is hit with every one of the projectiles at once. Yeah, so it's a bit like using the shotgun in Doom at close range. Yeah. I can see why that would ruin someone's day. Just rub your face up against them and then loose the spell. I'm probably going to regret this, but what happens if I move this? Yeah. As I predicted, not a good idea. But I was so stuck for ideas, I had to try it in case that unlocked a secret door or something. This doesn't go anywhere. The only thing preventing Dark Bead from terrorizing Noob is who kindled the undead bug bonfire the first time, is that it's safely locked in the DLC. I see. I may have to ask Frosty about this quest. I've looked and I've looked and I've looked, and I just can't find the chest they're talking about. Most of the high level toxic bird campers run strength builds. I see. This would be the obvious room to put it in, since realistically you'd have had to have done the boss fight. But I don't see it. Right, let me find that note again and we'll ask Frosty about it. Wait, what's the quest called? The Great Cowl of Nocturnal. Let's ask Frosty. At Frosty. I'm doing the Grey Cowl of Nocturnal quest in Skyrim. The instructions say in Silver Drift Lair is a tomb that houses an ancient Nord clan. Near a large chest is a corpse with a lantern. Its candle still burning. It holds a key. I can't find this whatsoever. Oh, I should probably say I'm in Silver Drift Lair and I cannot find the chest or corpse or lamp described. Can you help? Can you assist? Nothing quite like kindling the Berg bonfire the first time and running into a red phantom with a Zweihander and the armour from Anolondo Giants. There's a reason I don't advise newbies kindle that one. Oh, I see. Interesting. Certainly are magnificent. The key, corpse and chest are in the final chamber of Silverdrift Lair. Do search the area carefully. I trust that is clear. If that's true, then that's this room. Well, hang on. Does final chamber mean the boss chamber, or technically over here? You could say over here. There's also this area that's the shortcut back. I mean, this is surely a big chest, but it's not the one. But Frosty could be just making it up, is the problem. I'm gonna have to look it up online. Unless someone's seen something I've missed. I do not see the thing that is supposed to be there. Right, Skyrim. Grey Cowl of Nocturnal quest. The Solitude job. When did you have the original deed in hand? Whispering Skeever. Final instructions. Enter Silverdrift Lair and recover the ancestral sword of Clan Iceblade. The sword can be found in a locked chest deep inside the dungeon. Then you can pick open the lock. You can find the key in the next room. Okay. I just haven't found this blade. I really haven't. Locked chest deep inside the dungeon. Body of a dead Draugr. As well as 2 lewd shadow marks above it. A document describing the sword. I haven't seen any of this. Did you pick it up on accident? I would be surprised, but we'll check. No. Do you have the book, The Shadow Marks? No. Not that I'm aware of. No, I do not. If the lantern, sorry, if the key and stuff is on a Draugr body, that must be a Draugr that was already dead. As in not one we killed. Look up what the shadow marks look like. Might help you find it. Serana could have tried to resurrect one of the Draugr and they may have just turned into a pile of ash. There is a distinct possibility that that happened. I am in Silverdrift Lair, aren't I? Yeah. The game even says it's cleared. That doesn't discount the shadow marks idea, though. No. Oh, hello. Yeah, these don't move. I'm assuming this isn't something. Because it looks a lot like a puzzle, but I can't interact with anything, so I don't think it is. Wait, what was that? Oh. Ow. This is probably it. Whatever this thing is that I've not explored. So I can solve it. Ah, this is probably it. Oh, we leveled as well. That's nice. Right, I get it. I've not seen this specific puzzle before. That's telling me the solution, and I had a choice. It was either that one or that one, and obviously it's the one that looks like that. What I didn't understand at first was that these didn't rotate, they just had buttons on the top that you press. When I pressed that, I was half expecting that to change, and I thought, oh, maybe both of these need to be the fish. But no, that's just the wrong answer. But never mind. Interesting. Well, that's a big chest. And it's locked. Is there a dead Drago with a key? I could just pick it if I wanted. The lock, I mean. Nice try. Yay! Oh, did you see the light literally go out of their eye sockets? That was a bit of a grim touch. No, no key on you though. I read on the UESP that the Draugr with the key would be in the next room along. Though it did seem to suggest that they would already be dead. Okay, that's another chest. Alright, I guess I'm picking these. Shouldn't be too tall of an order. Ow. Blast. Got it. Amulet of Stender. Ancestral Sword of Clan Iceblade. That's exactly what we came here for. Spelltome Courage. Sword of Clan Iceblade. Let's have a look. Tell me about the sword. Not many swords in this game come with a manual, do they? To my descendants, the ancestral sword of Clan Iceblade has an enchantment that dulls the blade for anyone save those descended from our bloodline. It serves as definitive proof of one's ancestry above all other claims. Sigurd Iceblade. Well, let's hope he has descendants. 0 damage. Oh, okie dokie, Avon. Oh dear. Got it. Dwarven sword. Resist cold. Gold. Orca shield of abatement. Vagrant robes of extreme conjuring. Dragon plate, insulated boots. Glass armor. Alexu, it's lovely to see you. How are you? Hang on, what's going on here? another puzzle, I think. I mean, I don't need to continue this. I could just... I could leave now we've got the item we came for, but on the other hand, we could keep looking. See what we can find. Hang on, I want to try this disarm. That did not work. It's too powerful for disarm. You didn't tell me there was some sort of level limit. How are you, Alexu? How have things been? Oh, that's wonderful to hear. I'm glad you're alright. I'm surviving, thank you for asking. Oh, I didn't even notice this door off to the side. Alright, well we got what we came for. So, job well done. I want to go the other way, don't I? Yeah, I'm surviving. What have you been up to, if you don't mind my asking? Right, I think it's just all the way back to Dawnstar, isn't it? Oh no, that's not a good plan. I'll tell you why that's not a good plan. It's not a good plan because Dawnstar doesn't have a carriage service we can use. Just pondering the meaning of life. Are you sure there is a meaning? Or are we just here and have to make the best of it? So we just head southeast from here. Hit. Which one is it? Windhelm? Is that the one? And use the carriage service from there. Well, that's the question.
Where'd you come from?
Ow. Ow. Well, thanks very much for that. Oh, they actually killed us. Wonderful. Oh, this isn't far back at all. I must have hit quick save very, very recently. Oh sure, we can do 20 questions. What a splendid idea. A Dark Souls thing. Is it in multiple games? It is. Can it take damage? Oh goodness me, that's a troll. I don't know if a troll will be fast enough to keep up with Arvak or not, I'm really not sure. Can't take damage, can it deal damage? Ow. Go away! If you actually added up all the bandits we've seen in this game up to this point, and mostly killed, surely it must be greater than the population of most cities in Skyrim. It can in fact deal damage. Can it be in the inventory? Also, welcome back, Avon. It can be in the inventory. Can it be equipped? It can. Is it a weapon? No. Is it a spell? Campanology is a study dedicated to bell ringing, encompassing both the technical and historical aspects of bell ringing in society. It is a spell. I probably don't know it then. Is it a pyro spell? Is it a sorcery spell? It is. Okay. It's unlikely I'm going to be able to determine anything. Or it's unlikely I'm going to be able to get any further than that.
Where do you want to go?
Right, run,
Climb and
please.
back and we'll
Let's
be
move
off.
faster. The sun is... It's not great for my skin, if you know what I mean.
Was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorik's day.
Do I know the name of a single sorcery spell? You might be able to pin down location. Yeah, I could pin down location. Yeah. Problem is I still won't know it. Can you get to it before sends? I'll accept the effect if you can't name it. Bit presumptuous to assume DS1. Oh, that's a very good point. That is a very good point. It could be in just 2 and 3. But but no, you need to go through Sense first. Is it in the Dark Souls DLC?
Come to chat with an old woman? Do your good deed.
What is it added by the DLC? If you had the base game but not the DLC, would you be able to access it?
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds. I enjoy
Food.
this work well. Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry.
I could almost do with like a sort of buying loadout, couldn't I? Like where I just mark down. I tell the game if this merchant has any of these items, buy them. Or buy them up to this quantity or something. So I don't have to do this manually every time. I'd also settle for a scripting language. Just something really simple like Lua so I could program my shopping. It is DLC. Okay. Is it in the town? I've forgotten the name of. In the DLC. After Artorias, you reach town.
I mostly deal with petty thievery and drunken brawls. Been too long since we
It's not in Ulasil Township. Okay. Is it before the town? But in the DLC area. So post being teleported. Post being grabbed by Manus, but before the township. Okay. Is it past the town? I believe there's only one area past the town, and that's the area that leads to Manus. No. That's intriguing. It's not before, during, or after the town. Which implies it's not actually in the DLC area at all, but it is added by the DLC. Is it in Dusk's shop? Oh, Dust doesn't sell. Okay, my mistake. You did tell me you had to go past Sands. None of Dusk's spells deal damage. I thought she didn't... Oh, she doesn't sell it, not she doesn't sell stuff. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. So she does sell stuff, but none of them deal any damage. Ah. Trying to remember what you need to do to get to the DLC. I mean, it is just fight the golem that has her in, isn't it? After the Hydra fight. I don't think you have to go past Sens to get to the DLC. So for it to be added by the DLC, but to be post Sens is very interesting. Not gonna lie, the DLC location is a harder one to pin down. It's ridiculously niche. Well, I don't remember the other games very well. Said Vampire Thrall.
Never should have.
Yeah, I thought so. Just for a moment there I thought, but what if it's an interesting quest or something? Nah. Oh, here we go. We've made it to Hadraheim. I'm trying to remember if the DLC lets you get to anywhere else that you otherwise wouldn't have access to. Right, we came here because when I deposited all my stuff, I forgot to take account of the fact that we would need arrows. So that'll do. I don't need every arrow. I'll take those. DLC requires access to archives and freeing Dusk. Oh, do you begin the DLC quest in the archives? What do you do in the archives that helps you free Dusk? That answers that question then. Still doesn't tell me where it is. Where are we going now? We're going to Riften. Yeah, we're going to Riften, so I need to head back to Whiterun. For the coat drive. Now you can free Dusk before entering the archives. Accessing DLC requires the broken pendant which is found in the archives. It's on the first crystal golem you run into before the first thief encounter. Oh, I see. I didn't realise that. Is that what Manus reaches out to through time and space or something? We just went over this the other day. I don't have a very good memory, Avon. I'm sorry. Yeah, he was mad the people of Ulasil robbed him. The pendant was his. Ah! And at some point it came into the possession of Seath. So Seath was presumably aware of madness then. Interesting. Is it in the archives? This spell? Since I know it clearly adds at least one item to the archives. Not in the archives. The other thing I wondered is, like, if you get to the DLC, can you get, like, teleported from the DLC somewhere else? Is there, like, a little pocket dimension that you can get to only from the DLC? Not that I can remember, though. Ow. If I do another playthrough of Skyrim, I need to see if I can find a mod that makes the random encounters a lot more compelling. What could I have once you have access to the DLC? I suppose you could have a full suit of Artorias' armor. That might achieve some sort of effect. Perhaps Sif gives you the spell if you're wearing his armor or something. No, I'm gonna throw in the towel. I don't think I stand any chance of figuring this out. I'm sorry to say. Riften, please.
Need a ride?
Yes.
Where do you want to go?
Riften.
Climb and back and we'll be off.
Wonderful.
Get up there. You might run into some of them lizard folk in Riften. Quite a few of them work the docks there. Not sure why.
Lizard folk like he's never met an Argonian before. Right, so we'll rest up and then we'll worry about completing that quest. Oh, optional was find the key on the corpse with the lantern, which I admittedly didn't do.
What's your problem?
What can I get you? Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry. Sure thing. It's yours. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Come back and see us again.
Do you know, for all the time we've played this game, I don't think we've ever seen housekeeping.
Yeah.
In any inn. I don't think we've ever seen anyone whose job it appears to be to clean the rooms. Isn't that odd? Oh, we leveled. Of course we did. Anything good in... Anything good in restoration? I could just get the cheaper restoration casts. Jewel casting? I'm unlikely to use that. More effective against undead. That would be more tempting if I used more restoration. Archery? The spell is Pursuer Affinity. Wait, I remember that spell. Didn't I use it in my playthrough? It changes name between the first two games, but it's a dark sorcery hex that summons orbs that seek enemies who draw too close. It's in all three games. In DS3 it's sold by Carla at Firelink. In DS2 it's sold by Strad and the Lost Bastille. In DS1 it's acquired by giving Snuggly the Crow at the Undead Asylum. Oh, it's by giving Snuggly the Crow at the Undead Asylum the Soul of Manus. I see what you mean by that being obscure. I definitely didn't have it in Dark Souls 1 then. But I'm pretty sure I had it in one of the games. Probably Dark Souls 3, because I was doing a dual sorcery build that time, wasn't I? There we go. Extra level of sneak, I guess. Or extra sneak perk, I suppose I mean. You picked the worst game to suss out the location, though. Yeah, what an interesting location, though, because now you point it out, that makes perfect sense.
Suit yourself.
I was trying to think, in what way could the DLC have impacted the base game? But of course, Snuggly. Can I clairvoyance myself to the right tomb? This is just going to invite me out of the area. It's going to invite me out of the area, isn't it? I must now return to Riften so I can hand it and the deed over at the grave of the Grey Fox. Okay. I don't know where that grave is, but we're just going to have to try and find it.
That old woman who runs the orphanage has been murdered. Say, did I see you coming out of it?
I see you coming out there. Is this the place? Seems to be a graveyard. There's the Hall of the Dead. Interesting. Very interesting. Mana's soul can be used to either obtain the Mana's catalyst to gain souls or to acquire pursuers. Isn't pursuers a popular one for PvP? I seem to remember having that one used against me on a number of occasions. Possibly. I may be misremembering, or I may be thinking of one of the other games.
Heard about you and your honeyed words. If it's a bed you need, talk to Kiraba in the Bee and Barb. She'll set you right.
I'm sure. So do I need to go into the... what's it called? Hall of the Dead. It's really good against Frida and Deer 3, though, since it tracks her while she's invisible. May also be good against Priscilla.
Come to laugh at the grave tender?
Why would I do that? Why is there literally a thief running around in here? That makes no sense to me.
You need to leave.
And you're not worried about this thief that's running around?
You need to leave now. I can see that disapproving look in your eye. You need to leave.
Did I accidentally, like, pick an object up? Do they think I've committed a crime? No. If it's the Grey Fox grave, it's probably in the rat way.
You need to leave.
That's possible. Meet the stranger at the tomb of the Grey Fox.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Watch the magic.
I think this was leading me out of here, but just to make sure, let's verify that if it does take me out of Riften, it isn't actually taking me somewhere useful. Wait, now it seems to be working. Here. Stranger's Journal. The curse of the Grey Cow is said to strip you of your identity, wiping you from all of recorded history. But the curse was broken long ago. The truth is, it wasn't Nocturnal that robbed me of my life, it was my selfishness. I wore the cowl out of pure greed. It left my family. I left my family because I loved only myself. Then my sister passed, leaving her son an orphan, the last of the Ice Blades, heir to a fortune and easy prey for the wolves. Wasn't it the Ice Blades tomb we took the sword from? With a boy in danger, it's time I took responsibilities ahead of this clan. But if I'm to be his father, I have to stop being a stranger. I must pass the cowl on to another, and in doing so the Grey Fox must die. Until then, I come to this grave every night, bringing flowers to ask my sister for forgiveness. So it wasn't the Grey Fox.
Well.
So that wasn't the Grey Fox. You're the Grey Fox, and that's your sister's grave? The Grey Fox, it's an honour to meet you. So you were the Grey Fox all along. I trust you'll keep your end of the bargain. I don't care if you're the Grey Fox or a pink zombie. Give me what I came for. I did better than well. Not that it should surprise you. I had some trouble, but it was worth it for the cow. The Grey Fox, it's an honour to meet you.
My joy knows no bounds. Here, a little payment for your troubles. I trust we'll
Someone's watching you take that off.
to anyone.
No mess.
Hello there. Oh, you are the boy.
Hmm?
Huh?
So, Pjolfra Iceblade was the Grey Fox. Well, there we go. And I've got the Grey Cow now. Sneaking is 20% better. Carrying capacity increased by 50 points. Nearby living creatures, but not undead, machines or Daedra, can be seen through walls. Turns guards hostile. Wait, so it doesn't actually do anything about my bounty? Oh, that's a bit disappointing. So they changed how that works. Oh well. Off to Falkreef, I guess. The ice plates were added for the mod, I think. I see. So that tomb didn't even exist. Or was it, or did the tomb exist, but it wasn't associated with any family before then?
What is it, Elf?
That was a good game of 20 questions, by the way. Thank you.
I can take you to any of the... Where do you want to go?
I'd like to go to Falkreef.
Climb and back, and we'll be off.
Yay. Off we go.
Oh, steady.
I don't know if they changed the way the cow worked or just couldn't fit that in the enchantment description. Yeah.
Hail, companion.
It's a good question. Perhaps we'll have an opportunity to test it at some point. Okay, so destroy the Dark Brotherhood, that's our next objective. Just a modest little errand.
I can't believe we let provincials like you wander Skyrim.
Yes, thank you very much.
Fancy magic someplace else.
I hope this is actually taking me to the sanctuary. And not just... Hang on. There's probably a marker on the map, there is. So that wouldn't have led me the right way anyway. Oh. Maybe not.
You are exactly what I was looking for.
What? This is a Daedric Prince. You were looking for me?
Yeah, I think it'll be just what I need.
What you need?
You see, my name is Barbas, and I have a problem I think you can help sort out.
Oh yes. So what could a dog need help with?
My master and I had a bit of a falling out. We got into an argument and it got rather heated.
Right, you're not the Daedric Prince.
Kicked me out until I find someone who can settle our disagreement. That's where you come in.
Which Daedric Prince do you serve? And do I want to get involved in this? Sounds easy enough, let's go find him.
Thank you. Now, since he banished me, Vile's
Ah.
been rather weak. He can't manifest very far from one of his shrines.
Clavius
I
Vile,
know
wonderful.
there's a cult that worships him at Hamar's Shane. We should be able to talk to him there. If this works out, I'll make sure you're rewarded. You just don't trust any offer he makes you, okay?
A Daedra's best friend. Alright. Change of plan. Oh no. He's moving faster than our walk, but slower than our run.
I'm telling you, I heard it. Howling. Those werewolf tales are true.
Yep, I'm following. Oh, it's raining in game. When was the last time we saw rain in Skyrim? I feel like it's been some time. Interesting. What's that in the distance?
Who's there?
Interesting. Where's my bow? Beautiful. We good? Seems that way.
The mercy of Stendar does not extend to Daedra.
Well, don't look in too closely to what I'm about to do or this dog then. Even though Barbas isn't a Daedra prince, I think they must be a Daedra in the form of a dog right now. So to have a Vigilant of Stendar this close to what is in fact a very important Daedra and not to realise is somewhat unfortunate for them. Hello there. I should pick up the Wabberjack, shouldn't I? Next time I'm in Whiterun. Because you sometimes get that random event where that woman has to have the Wabberjack use on her. Plus it's just a generally useful weapon. Come on. Come on. Oh my goodness.
Where'd you come from?
Okay. That was kind of terrifying. I don't know what they did to them. Oh dearie me, I just realised I haven't been looking at... Oh my goodness, I am so sorry, Daryl, if you're still here. I didn't have the combined chat up, so I didn't see the YouTube comment. Apologies about that. It's a pleasure to meet you if you still are. Oh, hello. Hello, Mad Matt. Secret chests? I'm not aware of secret chests, no. This is where we started the game, isn't it? This is, what's the name of it? Begins with an H, doesn't it? Helgen. I just saw it in the top right. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mad Matt. Hello? Are we there? This doesn't seem to be working. He's waiting outside Haymar's Shame. Well, this clearly isn't Haymar's Shame. Oh, we're close. I think he was genuinely trying to get there. This way. Maybe because this is locked, he couldn't pass through it. And so he got confused as to the way forwards. That's just guesswork on my part. Oh yeah, no, he's way ahead of us. That must have been it. Unfortunate that the game worked that way. It would have been much better if he'd gone right up to the door and said, "Oh, could you open it?" Have him stop him where he did wasn't all that informative. Right, this must be the pass that we saw in the on the map. Which, if I'm right, would put us very, very close to our destination. Maybe I should... I'm not sure if it'll do anything, but maybe to be polite I should try giving... I should try replying to Daryl. Oh my goodness. There we go. And there they are. Oh, is there no such thing as a reply? on YouTube. That's surprising. Because in normal YouTube chat there would be. Guess I can't. Oh well. It is what it is. We here? You're acting like you did before when you couldn't path. Oh my goodness.
No sign of her.
Oh, in here. Ah, in here. I see, I see, I see.
Where'd you come from?
Who are you fighting? Who are you? Vampire Thrall. We're going to ingratiate ourselves to our Daedric Prince host by killing all their followers, are we? Something tells me this isn't the best plan.
What was that? Found you.
Yeah, it's found me indeed.
Teamwork right there.
Teamwork, eh?
Where'd you come from?
Ancient vampire, goodness me. Imperial. Free again. But they weren't identified as a thrall, which is interesting. Now Clavius Vile is the Daedra Prince responsible for vampirism, aren't they? I think they are.
Hello? Who's there? Who's there?
Moloch Bao is the one that made vampires. Oh, Moloch Bao. I apologise. So why is this Clavius Vile den so heavily associated with vampires? Welcome back, Tato. Lovely to see you, as always. Two directions we could go into from here. As per my redeem before I left. Hang on, which redeem was that? You mean the I'm lurking? The I'm lurking redeem. I feel so bad for missing that YouTube commenter. Because I didn't have the shared chat up. It was for the game and no, not you. I'm not sure I follow you, Tato. I'm sorry to say. Did you request to be summoned? It was I am leaving redeem. How can LMAG improve? To Haymar's shame. Imagine doing something that's so significant that they name a location after the shame you must feel for it. Like if there was a physical location you could go to in the world called Avon's Shame or Tato's Shame. Can you imagine? I've seen someone type summon me for breakfast in the leaving redeem. Was that Georgius?
Never should have come here. Where'd you come from? Done and done.
Avon's Folly is a better ring to it than Avon's Shame. More of a ring to it, but somehow the somehow I feel Avon's Shame is more shameful. A master vampire, goodness me. Wait, hang on, Volkihar. That's not where we're from, is it? It is. I apologise for attacking you, sir. But you're attacking Barbara, so I actually don't really have a choice. Sorry to do this to you, but... it feels like the Skyrim stream viewership is dropping. It might be because of the game. I can't be sure. You have the data. Yeah, I was thinking today that the viewership seemed really low. Do you think it's a general drop though? Or just today drop? That Volkihar vampire is probably a defector. Interesting. I probably shouldn't be looting this place. That doesn't mean I'm not curious what's in the chest. I think the information is actually public. Let's check. Do. Yeah, it looks like the information should be here. I think. Let me check. Here, I think. You tend to have low viewership on Skyrim. Elder Scrolls is hard to get people to watch. Maybe it's time I moved on then after today. It's funny though, because I know other streamers that do a fine job of having good viewership on Skyrim. Lord Vile, I have a request of you.
By all means, let's hear it. It's the least I could do since you already helped me grant one final wish for my last worshippers. They were suffering so from vampirism and begged me for a cure. Then you came and ended their misery. I couldn't have planned it better myself. So, what's your heart's desire? What kind of deal can we strike?
We are not striking a deal. I'm just here to reunite with Barbas. An end to the civil war that plagues my land. Yeah, that would get us monkey pawed. I wonder if we've already ended it, incidentally, but I can't help but wonder what they would have done. The power to crush all before me. How about no? That's going to get monkey pawed as well. I'm just here to reunite you with Barbas.
That insufferable pup. Forget it. Request denied. No deal. I'm glad to be rid of him. Even if it does mean I'm stuck in this pitiful shrine. In the back end of nowhere. Well, perhaps there is a way he could earn his place back at my side. Maybe. But no promises.
What's your offer? As someone who hasn't played this game, it does not attract me to the stream. I don't know about people who have played the game. It seems that they do not show up when you are so far ahead into the game. Fair point. Yeah, maybe it is time to do something else. Any idea what? Bethesda games are generally more fun to play than watch, unless heavily modded or a crazy challenge is going on. What's your offer?
There's an axe. An incredibly powerful axe. An axe powerful enough for me to have quite a bit of fun indeed. If you bring it to me, I'll grant you my boon. No strings attached, no messy surprises. At least not for you. As I recall, it's resting in Rime Rock Burrow. Barbas can lead you right to it. Little Mutt might even earn his place back at my side.
I see. Come on then, let's go. So what's the story behind the rueful axe?
One of Clavicus's little chests. A wizard named Sebastian Lord had a daughter who worshipped her seed. When the daughter became a werewolf, it drove Sebastian over the edge. He couldn't stand to see his little girl take on such a bestial form. The wizard wished for the ability to end his daughter's curse.
So gave him an axe.
Clavicus gave him an axe.
Yes. I'm noticing a theme here. Well, what are some runs you're thinking of doing soon? Say 5 and we could tell you what sounds most engaging. Runs or games? Both, either a gimmick run or another game. The 7 cycles of stone I'm not prepared for. That's going to require a lot of planning, so that's not on the table yet. What other games did I have? The Witcher series, potentially. What else? Potentially Daggerfall, The Elder Scrolls 2. That was one I was looking at today. Does play rather differently to this one and is retro, but obviously is another RPG, so not that different. Well, no, it is different, but you know what I mean. Like, it's not Not like if I suddenly started doing a racing game. Speaking of racing games, Simpsons Hit and Run is one option. I recommend taking several breaks when doing the larger projects like the 7 Cycles of Stone or the Witcher series. Simpsons Hit and Run's an option. I'd have to sort out an emulator for it, but it is one I've been thinking of. What else? Deathcom might be better to save for a while since you coming fresh off Skyrim. Yeah, the PS2 one. I'd have to sort out an emulator to do it, but that shouldn't be a problem. That would at least have the... Being primarily a racing game, that would have the obvious advantage of being rather different. I remember playing it a long time ago. Yeah, I played it a long time ago. It's been on my list to get back to for a while. This way. Let me have a quick look, shall I? At the suggestions list. Already some fantastic suggestions, and I'm barely into the list. Oh, of course, there's Metro. Dispatch. Oh, there were some adventure games, some point-and-click adventure games, wasn't there? Like the Excavation of Hob Sparrow. Deponia was one that was suggested. Oh, Uncharted was one I had considered. Never played one. What's this? From Avon. Avon suggested this on the 29th of December 2025. Elden Ring, but Magnifico is not allowed to use Blasphemous Blade or look up builds. Deus Ex could be fun. Oh, the Star Trek adventure games. That's another one I've been thinking of for a while. Zelda series. I'd love to watch Metro. Would a change in genre from RPG to FPS before Witcher even? Have you played the Cry series? Oh, Far Cry series? No. I played a tiny bit of one of the games on console in multiplayer years ago when I was around someone's house. I think it might have been like Far Cry 3 or something. Other than that, no. You're still playing Crimson Diamond, right? Maybe stay away from doubling up on point and click. Yeah, I am still playing that. The Elden Ring one was a joke. But a do-over of Elden Ring could be interesting. Oh, but that game's so long! Oh, thank you, Georgius. We're discussing what game I should consider playing next. Chat's also noticed how low the viewership's been tonight, and we've been thinking maybe Skyrim isn't the answer. Call of Duty. Is that a serious suggestion? The original Call of Duty game? Oh, Halo! Halo was one that I was thinking of doing. Not even close. I've never done the Halo games. You take breaks. Every year run I've done has gone on hiatus for a bit at some point. You playing Call of Duty would be the complete opposite of entertaining. What's that supposed to mean, Georgius? Some of the older Zelda Souls... Oh, some of the older Zeldas could be fun to watch. Yeah, for a long time I'd been thinking of doing... You know how I did that King's Quest series where I started with the very first game and ended with the last game? I was thinking of doing the same with Zelda. I'd probably have to skip spin-offs, but I was seriously thinking of starting with the first Zelda game and working my way through them. Your reaction times are not built for PvP shooters. Oh, I thought we were talking about single-player campaigns, like doing the Call of Duty campaign. Yeah, I would not be capable in PvP. COD has single player? Don't they all? That people get entertained from COD for one of several reasons. The person is good at the game, the person rages and gets mad in humorous ways, the person engages with chat, or chat lambasts their abilities constantly. I see. Oh, hang on a minute. Expedition 33. I should do that. Not that the other things we've been talking about aren't great suggestions too, but I'm pretty sure I still have Expedition 33 installed, and I almost started it before. It was only because I was warned about some potential triggers that I held off. That being said, I do have to agree with anyone that suggested that you pause Skyrim because it was exceptionally slow. Well, if it's just not entertaining, I shouldn't pause it, I should just call it. I mean, don't forget, we've done the main quest and the DLCs already. We are just going through the world, doing the side quests at this point. Would you enjoy doing E33? As long as I don't get triggered too much, I should be fine. It's not entertaining, it's just slow progressing. Oh, it's not entertaining. Yeah. Given you didn't have a good time with Sekiro. True, but a big part of the problem with Sekiro was the audience dropping off. Like, don't forget, it got to the point where I'd have a Sekiro stream and I might have 2 viewers. Alright, you can stop that now. Like, if I had had good viewership, I would have been happy to just keep sticking at, Sekiro until I got it done. I can be very persistent, but I'm obviously not going to do that if there's no viewers. The power mechanic is quite similar to Sekiro. So what you're saying is if people wanted to watch me play Expedition 33, I could get a lot better at Sekiro in the meanwhile and then could consider doing a Sekiro run after that. I don't know. The thing about Expedition 33 is I already own it, it's already installed, and I feel like it's one of those games that I really should play at some point. And so it's just suboptimal to be putting it off. Well, Sekiro has easier parrying. Do the prologue off stream. Well, I wouldn't do that because people are going to want to, especially when it gets uploaded to YouTube, people are going to want to see a complete playthrough. You might enjoy Silk Song. I know it's faster than the original Hollow Knight, but you might find the build customization satisfying. That's another one that I've been like Elden Ring, that's another one that I've not been looking forward to the prospect of potentially doing. Silk Song just looked too hard. Like, I struggled with Hollow Knight, and I persevered, and I got through almost all the game, but there was still a few bits of Hollow Knight I was never good enough to do, like Nightmare King Grim. I did normal Grim, but not Nightmare King Grim, for example. And I just feel like Silk Song's going to be too much. If someone wants to see a complete playthrough of E33, it's easily found. Yeah, but isn't the whole point that, like, oh, somebody will find a streamer who does the game in a way they appreciate? And then they'll want to see it all. It's a good point, though. I'm still not 100% clear on why it is people come to my streams. It's something I think about quite a lot, because I fully understand that that's something I have to get to grips with. But I don't suppose Skyrim really showcases very much, since most of the time I'm doing stuff like this. Silksong lets you end game in Act 2 rather than Act 3 if you're worried about that. Yeah, but I'm going to want to do all of it, aren't I? I'm going to want 100% the game, because it's that sort of game. What are the odds that someone looking for a playthrough of E33 finds your stream on the first day that you start streaming it? Yeah, but it would be on YouTube. It would be there for posterity. Full disclosure, still I've never been to a YouTube channel. That's okay. Yeah, I have had some people watch my streams on YouTube, but whenever that's happened, it's always been a puzzle game, interestingly enough. When I say I've had people, I mean that have then like left comments and so on, so that I know they watched it. For some reason, it's always been puzzle games. Like the Talos Principle. But yeah, the YouTube channel sees a lot less viewership than the Twitch one. I have been seriously thinking of unlisting all the streams, leaving them in playlists, but unlisting them, and then bringing out other stuff on the YouTube channel. I've been thinking about doing little videos, like 5-minute videos where I talk about topics, but then the question becomes, okay, what topics do I talk about? Puzzle games are more easily broken up than, for example, DS or ER. How do you mean broken up? I'll give you $300 if you talk about anything for... So I'll give you $300 if you can talk about anything for... W in chat if you think you can talk about anything for... What? Less than. Depends how you do it. Don't go into debt now. What? I was so confused. Its introduction to new viewers is almost 5 minutes. Is it doing a 5-minute YouTube video? Well, it depends on the subject. The advantage of a YouTube video is you get time to plan. You're not doing everything off the cuff. No, it doesn't. You jump on tangents when playing 20 questions with Avon. I gotta eat now. I just put in a word for Metro. It'll be a great run. A second contender I'll put in Witcher in reverse order, 3 then 2 then 1. I'll be here regardless of what you stream. Good night. That's incredibly kind of you, Tato. And I hope you have a wonderful, restful night. What was I thinking? I do have a strong preference for playing games in order, though. I know I've skipped the order with Skyrim. That was another one I was seriously thinking. Going through Arena, Dagfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. But now I've done Skyrim first, obviously. I wouldn't be ending on Skyrim now. I've also got concerns I might get too triggered by Morrowind for reasons that would require some explanation. Which is another potential spanner in the works. But regardless, because I'm presumably coming off Skyrim soon, I don't want to go straight into another, or I'm reluctant to go straight into another Elder Scrolls game. You could sort of justify it with the early ones, because they were very different. But even then, I worry that it would be, because it's the same universe, I worry it would be too samey even with retro graphics and somewhat different gameplay. Oh my goodness, the first two Witcher games are tedious. Are they? The combat in one of them, I can't remember which, was absolutely miserable. Ah, that's good information to have. If it really is bad, there are solutions to that. Like if it had difficulty settings, I could just play it on the easiest difficulty. I don't usually do that, but for exceptional cases I would consider it. I don't mean this to be rude, I'm just saying you can't cut it down to 5 minutes. I could bring out a 5-minute YouTube video. I would find it harder to... If something caught my interest, I would find it a lot harder to talk about it for just 5 minutes on stream than I would in a video. Just ignore them. That's what you do with bandits, you just don't give them any attention, and they go away. That's what I've learnt from Skyrim. It wasn't a matter of difficulty, it was just the fighting mechanics. Yeah, I know what you mean. I understood what you meant, Georges. You meant it just wasn't fun. Which is fair enough, but what I'm saying... What I meant was... If you've got a game where the fighting really isn't fun, just put it on the lowest combat difficulty and breeze through all of it. It's not going to make the combat more fun, but at least you're not doing it as much, you know? Like, it never matters. You're never going to find yourself in a fight where you have to do it over and over again and it's miserable, and it means you can largely forget about it. The way it was designed is ridiculous. Interesting. Very interesting. It's like I've said before with the bosses in Dark Souls. The thing I've said a few times is that whether a boss is well designed or not, and whether they're hard or not, is orthogonal. You can have any combination. You can have easy bosses that are badly designed, you can have easy bosses that are well designed, you can have hard bosses that are badly designed, and you can have hard bosses that are well designed. The only problem is hard bosses that are badly designed, because even the easy bosses that are badly designed you can just forget about. Like, you're not there very long, you get it done, and then you just move on and not think back on it. So I maintain that I think if the game supports it, really dropping difficulty is a perfectly reasonable solution to poorly designed combat. But I say solution, it's more of a workaround. Because it's not going to make the combat any more fun, but it means, as I say, you're not suffering through it as much. I've got Wolfenstein. Was it Wolfenstein The New Order? I still think of that as being this whole brand new game, but of course it's not. It must be over 10 years old now. But that was when they rebooted the Wolfenstein series and people were saying about how amazing it was.
All right. Hand over your valuables, or I'll gut you like a fish.
Will you now? Walk away right now.
Nice try, but you don't scare me. I'm not going to ask again.
Well there, don't you recognise a fellow guild member? Wait, what guild am I part of?
Of course. I've seen you at the Flagon. My mistake. Good luck out there.
Seriously, what guild are we both a part of? I don't know how that happened. As far as I can tell, I bluffed them. Whose mother, a member of the famous band The Monkeys, was the ingenious inventor of the typewriter correction fluid? Wait, was she a member of the Monkeys, or her child was? I think it thinks you're a Thieves Guild member because you did Grey Cow. Oh! That's really interesting. That is really interesting. Dawn Guard chasing me down now. I could do the original Fallout game, actually, now I think about it. That'd be a good one. Well, I don't know. I mean, I can never tell as far as viewership's concerned. People might find it incredibly boring, but I think that would be a fun one to play. Another RPG, but it's isometric. The only problem I potentially see with that one is that if you didn't know what was going on and you're a new viewer, rather than like either wait around to find out or asking questions, you might just click away. Maybe stay away from slower games for now. Do you think the original Fallout games are slower? I mean, they're turn-based, but combat tends to resolve a lot more quickly than it does in Skyrim. At least once you've worked out what your player's strong at and what the strategy you usually apply in combat is. Uh-oh. Potion. Why am I being attacked by an ancient vampire? This is really bad. Sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what needs to be done here. They killed me! Oh, blast. I was trying to transform. What do you think a faster game would look like then? This is a popular game and people are in the mood. Most would rather play a turn-based than watch one. I don't know. I don't know to what extent. I've never really properly got my head around to what extent people are actually coming to watch the games versus the streamer, as strange as that may sound. Like, do you ever really think to yourself, I could watch someone stream right now or I could play a game? Which do I want to do? Are those ever actually competing in your head at the same time? I feel like Simpsons Hit and Run is up there. Even though it is a full game, I feel like it wouldn't become a long project in the same way that Expedition 33 would be, and being a racing game, it's not going to be slow in the same way that a lot of games are. Ow. Deary me. Blast. Any of the Souls or Zelda games are faster. Zelda also have puzzles. The Witcher 3 also has pretty in-depth combat. A platformer could be cool to watch. I know I recommended Amalur at some point. You did recommend Amalur. Okay, why would you consider Amalur to be faster than Skyrim? Because as far as I'm aware, they're both open world RPGs, aren't they? The games have vastly different approaches to combat. If you can call Skyrim's combat an approach. Skyrim's combat really feels like an evolved form of what you would get if you just, like, did the absolute, what would be the word? Like the absolute most obvious implementation possible. It feels uncreative is what I'm getting at. It doesn't feel like a lot of thought has gone into how to actually make the combat fun. It's just really dead simple. Oh, you press a button to pull out your weapon. You press another button to swing with your sword. The only area where there's any real... I'm not suggesting that creative people weren't involved in the development of it, because of course obviously a huge amount of work would have gone into developing the models and the effects and what have you. But what I'm saying is the actual game design part of it, the only area where there's any real creativity, I would say, is in the spells, and even then, like, they were drawing from a long tradition of Elder Scrolls games. I don't think there's many spell effects in this game which weren't in previous ones. Amalur is a lot more creative. My mother made an unwise decision. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is everything alright, Rowdy? I could buy myself another Crab's Treasure. That one looked interesting. For example, one weapon type is chakrams. You're pretty much throwing frisbees at trolls. Yeah, but that isn't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the design, not individual weapons themselves. I'm talking about how the combat system itself works. Like, where's the interest there? What is there to keep the player's brain engaged?
Take this and hold on to it. I'll be back for it later. I'll pay you good. Don't lose it.
No. Slow down, explain yourself.
No time to talk. Snitch or double cross me and I'll kill you. I mean it.
I'm not carrying this around. How do I drop? There you go. You can take it with you. Oh no! Oh, can you not turn off the closed captioning? Is that definitely the case? Because the closed captioning is something that I'm using a service to provide, but I assumed you could just turn it on or off. Is that not the case? Can someone else confirm? Have I gone the wrong way? I mean, I can turn it off, but then no one gets closed captioning. I was thinking the closed captioning would be a nice option for those that are either hard of hearing or can't have the sound on. No, even if you click on the gear attached to it, you can only manipulate the size of the text. Remove the text box. Wouldn't remove the text box do it? As in get rid of the captions. I hope we're close to our destination because our character's nearly frozen. And I kind of need clairvoyance to get us there. Oh, this is looking promising. I think I was actually looking at it as I said that. Even in the advanced options, you can't remove it. Amless combat is somewhere in between third-person Elder Scrolls and Darksiders Genesis. I don't know how better to explain it. I see. Oh, you can remove it. Never mind. Fantastic news. Next to the gear, it gives you the ability to remove it. Is that a wild Daedra, or is that a Daedra that's been summoned? Blimey. One shot. I think that was actually a wild Daedra. You don't see those very often. In this game. In Morrowind you saw them a lot more. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Is he okay? Oh, Rueful Axe. Really? I don't have to do anything else in here? There's a bed right here. Don't mind if I do. There's an apple pie just next to the bed. What a fantastic idea. Cannot sleep while there are enemies nearby. What enemies? Should I be worried? Oh, hello. I must have gone past you. Alright. Sebastian. Wasn't that the one whose daughter got turned? For now he is. He cannot consume meat or cheese. He should eat double the amount of kibble with bread and pumpkin canned food. Provided the bread and double kibble already. I see. Oh, there he is. So I can actually leave him alive. I can just sneak off with the axe. He'll turn around at some point, realise the axe isn't on there. Then he'll probably like check around the altar. Like, did it fall down somehow? See, it's not there. Probably go down. Notice that the Atronach that was there is dead. Although I took the arrow, so they wouldn't even have the arrow. At most they'd find an arrow wound. And that's all they'd ever know. That would be it. Alright, where am I actually on the map? Oh wow, it took us... Wow! We started down here. It took us all the way from the south, all the way north. We're actually closest to the Solitude. What's it called? Carriage service. I need to watch the Patches video. I forgot how to get to Windmill. Windmill? Oh, Pincushion. I'm being silly. I see. At this point, maybe disable survival. If you're ending today anyway, might as well get as many quests done as possible now. Nah, that's alright. I don't know that I'll have another game set up for after Wednesday collab anyway. So I think there's a good chance I'll end up doing Skyrim then as well, and that will be the last one. The problem is I'm not thrilled about the idea of starting a new game on Wednesday after our collab unless I could be reasonably sure of finishing it as well. 2 words, troll chess. 1 word, explain? There is a deeper level to the discussion we've been having about what games to play, whereas what really matters isn't what games are fun to watch in general, it's what would the average viewer of my channel want to watch. That's the real question. I could pick the most entertaining game in the world, but if the people that are likely to want to watch me don't enjoy it, then it's not going to be a good choice. King of the Bridge is a $3 game that can literally be beaten in less than 10 minutes, but has 4 endings. Your only goal is to win chess against a draw. It's one of my one-off games, so it can be entertaining. I see. Where am I? This is definitely not where I want to be. Right, I want to go south, don't I? How I managed to get myself this far, of course, I'm not entirely sure. It's a possibility. That game you suggested, it's a possibility. One thing that counts in Expedition 33's favour is the fact that it's got fantastic music. Oh dear. Okay, I think we're on the right track. Think being the operative word there. I've noticed the highest amount of viewers on your streams when we do Bloodborne or you do your DS1 runs. That's not saying that's all you should do, but that's what I tend to notice high viewership on your channel. Yes and no. I think you're right about tending to get higher viewership on collabs, but I think that's cross-channel. And I know I tend to get the higher viewers off of the two of us, but that still doesn't change the fact that I don't think the viewers of just my channel is actually that much higher than it would normally be, if at all. It's only really the shared viewers that starts to look more optimistic. Speedruns, I've noticed that as well, but I think that tends to be when it's a one-off speedrun. I think when I haven't played Dark Souls in a couple of months and I suddenly decide to do a one-off Dark Souls speedrun, I think suddenly I get a burst in viewership. But I think if I do it over and over again, then that quickly disappears. Which is interesting if I'm right.
Sorry, I was lost in thought. I'm planning my wedding this year. So many details to work out.
That's the daughter of the Emperor, isn't it? What's going on here? Why are the doors broken? And why are people screaming for help?
Someone do something! I'm getting out of here.
I have no idea what people are worried about. I'm going to save and reload. Oh, cousin, not daughter. My mistake. Actually, do I need to be here at all? I probably don't. I probably just need to take the horse. No, it's worth my stopping off at the inn, isn't it, to recover? I've no idea what the battle music is about. I don't know who's attacking.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere. Welcome to the Winking Ski. Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry.
Oh, thanks. Lovely to see you. How are you? How have you been? Hello, Elmag, Avon, and Chart.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Remember the Winking Skeever next time you're footsore.
How are you, Alfax? Bruh?
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
You had to pronounce chart. Well, it's what was written. Even when I rectified it. Well, I hope I haven't upset you. Haven, how was the stream today? Where am I going? over here, isn't it? Yeah. So Helgen would be the ideal place to go, but that's not happening. Honestly, the fastest way back is probably Whiterun. I think as the crow flies, Falkreath is closer. But no, it probably is Falkreath is probably the best. I was going to say, but the Whiterun Riverwood path is pretty safe. I don't know, Whiterun Riverwood Run is pretty safe. I can see arguments both ways. I'll go with Falkreath. We're not often in Falkreath. I have 2 bosses left before I tackle Sens, Moonlight Butterfly and Sif. How are you, Alphax? Great. Yes, I'm not sure if you're aware, Avon's begun a new Dark Souls playthrough where they're not allowed to repair equipment. That's the gimmick of that run. So once a piece of equipment wears out, they can't use it anymore. And Avon did very, very well today. In just one stream, they made tremendous progress. I think Leonidas was hoping my progress would be slow and painful. It's a shame there's not an easier way for me to
Go cast your fancy magic someplace else.
get in contact with everyone on that watches the channel, because I don't think many of the people that actually watch the channel are on the Discord server I manage. Because I could just hold a poll to see what people would like to see.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Watch the magic.
I would have redeemed the secret weapon for that. We've been having a fairly long drawn out conversation about what I should play next to Alphax. Because several people have noticed that my Skyrim viewership seems to be dropping. Which is fine, if people are bored of this game, I understand. But it does raise the question where I should, what I should look at next. A little bit sleepy, even though I just woke up. I feel energy deprived, but I'm not hungry enough to eat. Don't worry, it means I'm getting smarter. Interesting. You've been studying hard, have you? Halifax? Is that a game? I know it's a place. That's what the CC is calling me. I don't know what the CC is. Go back to bed and bring some soup with you. Soup to sip. Why are there so many ancient vampires around all of a sudden? Oh, closed caption. What, it changes Alphax into Halifax? Interesting. Isn't it strange that people are only noticing the closed captions today? Because I've been putting those on for like months, possibly a year now. But it seems like people are only discovering them for the first time today, which makes me think something's changed. But soup is a nice idea. What's your favourite soup, if you don't mind my asking? If you could have any soup in the world. Not a big meal, and will suffice. I guess I prefer a creamy mushroom soup that I get from a nearby restaurant. It's really tasty. That does sound amazing, I have to say. I'm a big fan of mushrooms. The closed captions never worked in the past couple of months. That's so strange. Because I have to, it's a different website that I use. I have to go to this other website and turn them on. And I've been consistently turning them on for a very long time now. Like, not just 2 months, definitely months and months. I think it could well have been over a year. Premonition, 20 questions. We've already had 1 round of 20 questions with Avon, and Avon won. They, oh, you're back. They absolutely, they beat me up with the sheer weight of their superior intellect.
I'm no fan of a sun.
I was brutalized by their intellect. Ah, here's the place. Those captions look better. They stretch across the entire screen, which looks visually better. I'm glad they work. And Elmag's perfect accent is being shown in the speech to text. Interesting. I guess being a native has its perks. Well, you say that, but most speech to text that I've seen, or most anything to do with the human voice and computers has been calibrated based on American accents, particularly West Coast accents, like and particularly California, you know, Silicon Valley, that sort of place. Generally speaking, I found British accents are at a disadvantage. You know, for example, when watching YouTube for a long time, they've had their auto-generated captions, and if it's an American speaking, it gets on perfectly fine. If it's a British person speaking, it comes up with some strange interpretations of what they're saying. No, I haven't ended stream early.
Ah, you've got the axe. And my dog. Splendid.
We're back. Now fulfill your end of the bargain. That's not really the way to address a Daedric prince.
Excellent work. A hero and his faithful companion retrieving the ancient artifact for the prince. It's almost Storybook.
What are you holding?
Ah, but it almost seems a shame to give a weapon like that away, doesn't it? I suppose I could be persuaded to let you keep
No,
it,
that's fine. You can have it.
but only if you use the axe to kill Barbas. Simple as that.
No. No deal. Take the axe and take back Barbas.
Huh. You're no fun at all. Guess I'll have to make my own fun elsewhere. And with the pup back, I'll be restored to my full power. There's a whole world just waiting for me.
Wonderful.
I knew I could trust you.
Yeah, dog gets master, master gets cosmic axe. Everyone's happy. Just get over here, mutt.
Don't worry, I'll make sure he sees the light. I trusted you, now you trust me.
Okay.
Ah, that feels so much better.
Yeah, I was going to say, is he going to appear as a statue?
Nice supreme power feels until you've been stuck in a cave for a few years. It's a shame you wished for something so dull as me taking back the mutt. Quite the lack of imagination on your
What are you going to
part.
do?
A lack of ambition like that really ought to be punished. Perhaps by turning you into a worm, or maybe a few decades of... Oh, fine. Have my boon and be done with it. Got more interesting deals to make anyway.
The Mask of Clavus Vile. Interesting. YT captions are fine. The creator can correct them if they like. Well, that doesn't help you if the creator hasn't and you're relying on auto-generated captions, which is very often the case. But here it is done in real time with no time for correction. Indeed. Indeed it is. Prices are 20% better. Increased speech by 10 points. Magic regenerates 5% faster. That's actually pretty good. Huh. But now I have to remember to change what I'm wearing every time I speak to a vendor. How do I leave? Oh, through here? Wonderful. Right, what were we doing before this happened? Destroying the Dark Brotherhood, weren't we? I believe that's what we were doing. Till that TIL, that checking your clips closes the stream you're watching. Huh. Oh, today I learned. Yeah. You're hunting the Dark Brotherhood. Indeed, thank you. Yes, I just saw you'd messaged me. I'll have to have a look at that post-stream. Captions are kind of optional. I feel like a few words can be hard to interpret sometimes, so it leaves a bad impression. But we all know that nobody is going to do extra work unless they think they need to. Well, I wanted the closed captions on the stream, partly for people who are hard of hearing, and partly because some people may want to have the stream up but can't have the audio. It's an accessibility feature, as far as I'm concerned. An abandoned squash court was a secret site where Enrico Fermi's team achieved the first controlled nuclear chain reaction. In which city was it? I have no idea. Right, Dark Brotherhood. This way, really? Let me double check. I don't have any... No, I didn't have anything on the... Any quest markers set, that's what I was trying to say. I wanted to see if I had any of Amela's combat in clip form and found 2 boss fights absolutely obliterated because Amela lets you get ridiculously overpowered even on the highest difficulty. I see, I see. So many games. So many choices. If you have any suggestions for what game I should play next, feel free to leave it in chat, or there's also the suggest command, !suggest, which will add it to a list that I check. One of the bosses literally only lasted the entire clip because he had iframes. Oh my goodness. Shame they didn't have a few more iframes. Or they might still be here. I haven't done Undertale. I started Undertale, not on stream, off stream, years and years ago. But I never actually got very far. Oh, Lady Vampriest, it's lovely to see you. I hope you have a wonderful lurk. I hope you're doing well. I did actually see quite a bit of your stream. When was it? Last night, wasn't it? Yeah, it was last night, not this morning. I'm not sure if you saw when I left, but it was lovely to see you streaming for once. And I hope you're well. Undertale is one my sister warned me to never ever under any circumstances stream. According to her, the fandom is insanely toxic about it. That is fascinating. What are your favourite games? Me? I do have difficulty picking favourites of anything. That tends to go along with autism. But some games I've particularly enjoyed playing. Morrowind, back in the day, that was one I played a lot of when I was younger. I particularly enjoyed Disco Elysium. And the Myst series, particularly Myst and Riven. Those last 3 games were ones that I was first introduced to on stream. You could argue the original Doom. Certainly, that's a game I also sunk a lot of my childhood into. I don't think it would be very streamable, sadly. I don't know. I'm kind of rusty. I feel like if I tried to do the original Doom on stream, I'd only embarrass myself. Also, if I were to do it, it'd be very tempting to play Brutal Doom, the mod, but that is very, very gory. You want to choose from a current game library or a new game? How do you mean, sorry? Who's this?
Move along.
Oh, Thelma.
Move along.
Actually, how averse do you think you'd be to speedrun DS2 or 3, or even just replay since you remember them not insanely well? I think I'd like to do that at some point, but I don't know if I want to do that soon. The problem is, with the way my memory is, I won't have a clear recollection of everything, but if I started playing it again, it would feel very familiar. And the simple truth of the matter is that Dark Souls 1 was my favourite. What a world. You're just walking along and you see a giant spider chasing a horse. I mean, games that you've already purchased or games that you want to purchase and play. Well, I wouldn't... A game that I haven't played before, I would not consider calling a favourite. You also mentioned Demon Souls at one point. That's true, I do want to do Demon Souls at some point. Yeah, that's actually a really good suggestion. Isn't that PlayStation 3? So that would be an emulator job. I wonder if when my sister inevitably buys a PS6 once they're out, if I'll get the PS5. Oh, I've seen a Skyrim mod that turned the courier into a giant spider. What? Why? For courier. Demon Souls Remake is a PS5 exclusive. I don't have access to a PS5. This looks promising. Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary discovered. Well, we all know what has to happen here. And you're with us, Sarana. That's wonderful. The OG PS3 version and the PS5 remake. Yeah, this PC's pretty hefty, so it could probably handle a PS3 emulator. So that would be possible. But, I mean, I've done Bloodborne for emulation, haven't I? Was that a PS3 emulator I was using, or was Bloodborne PS4? It was probably PS3. But I don't think there's any good PS5 emulation right now. And I don't have access to one. I think PS5 emulators are coming along. Yeah, well, I remember reading that people were putting a lot more work into PS4 and 5 emulation as soon as they found out that Sony were dropping physical disc support. Oh, then it was a PS4 emulator I was using. Silence, my brother. The lieutenant drums screaming. Some kind of choir with chanting. Silence, my brother. Ah, and welcome. PS5 emulators are under development. Yeah. Now I think about it, breaking into an assassin's guild and killing a whole guild's worth of assassins is kind of ambitious. I haven't seen anyone yet which makes me awfully worried they're expecting me. Nope. Well, wish me luck. Yep. That didn't go well. Must have scared them off, they say. I personally want a compatibility layer rather than an emulator. Well, do PlayStation... Do PlayStation 5s and 6... Sorry, do PlayStation 4s and 5s even use the... i86-64 architecture? Sorry, x86-64 architecture I meant to say.
That's all you got. I'll rip you in half.
Dearie me, that could have gone better. Ebony Batlux of Nullifying. So they're a bit of a mage slayer, it would seem. We need someone to hack the Sony services. Well, I don't know about that. I'm not sure, but even if they use ARM64, there is a compatibility layer for that as well. No, you have to emulate. That's impossible. Unless your PC is running ARM. Because you're going to have to emulate the hardware at that point. That's the other problem you're going to run into. Even if the CPU is using the same architecture, how are you going to get, for example, exact parity with the GPU? I strongly suspect that it would be impossible to have a compatibility layer for a PlayStation. You probably would have to emulate. It's probably just too different. Arnbjorn is an ex-companion and a werewolf. Oh, very interesting. No, well, they didn't use their werewolf form on me. Oh my goodness, how can I miss so many times? Job's a good one. Can this be smashed? No. The ARM compatibility layer is the reason apps like WinLater let you run Windows X 8664 apps on ARM mobiles. That has to be emulation. You cannot do that with a compatibility layer, as you put it. If the application contains machine code, then it is going to have to be emulated. If it was something like a Java application, that's different, because that would run in a VM anyway. Oh, there's a word here. They actually have a word that you can learn.
Did you hear something?
See you burn.
Oh my goodness, a real sniper fight. Why do they keep healing when they're nearly dead? Do they just know to use healing magic at the right moment, or is there more to it than that? Vizara is the last shadow scale. Oh my goodness. Festus is on the least interesting member of the Brotherhood. Well, there is a compatibility layer for PS2, which is proof of concept. It's called PS2 Recompiled. If the PlayStation 2 was using... hang on, the PlayStation 2 wouldn't have been using x86-64. At most, it could have been using the 32-bit version. So again, they must have... And you said recompiled, so that's how they're doing it. That is... that would be a form of just-in-time compilation. So it's not a compatibility layer at all. I mean, they would have to provide the equivalent of all the system functions as well. But it's not just... It's not a compatibility layer in the same way that Wine is. Where it's basically providing everything that Windows would usually provide, but then the same machine code runs on Linux as it would on Windows. Or equivalently, there's the Linux compatibility layer for Windows, isn't there? Which sort of does the opposite. It provides the same facilities that Linux would usually provide, so Linux apps can run on Windows. Or at least some can. Kill. Marked for death. What does this do? Good question. Speaking like your voice herald doom. As an opponent's armor and life force are weakened. Interesting. Is there anything hidden under here? No? Slightly surprised. Correction, it's a recompiler. WSL2. Is that the name for the thing that lets Linux apps run on Windows? Windows subsystem for Linux, yes. Yeah, that's a compatibility layer, but that's because you already have compatibility at the binary level, or at the machine code level, I should say. So it just has to provide the same facilities that the Linux operating system would provide. Complete. Kill everyone in the sanctuary. Well then. What a grisly job that was. Still, they are assassins. Think of the number of people who have been saved because of our work here today. Fewer people here than I was expecting, honestly. I really was expecting the Dark Brotherhood to have a lot more members. Copy paste. Gabriella has a friend in Whiterun who happens to be a competent oracle. Oh, that's very interesting. Windows subsystem for Linux. Nazir is the character that, if you joined the Brotherhood, will give you most of your minor contracts. I see. I see, I see, I see. Where am I going now? Dragon Bridge. Yeah, that's a long way away. Happy to do it, but we're gonna have to pick up a carriage. Is there a carriage in Falkreath? Or am I gonna have to go all the way to Whiterun? Hello? Why was the mouse not working? It works fine there. Okay, the mouse has stopped working on the map. That's weird. but it works on the other menus. Let's save and reload. You only prolonged the Emperor's life, to be honest. There's 2 members of the Brotherhood you haven't killed, and I think they despawned from the game. Goodness. Okay, that's buggy. But at least I have control again. Full Wreath. I'm even facing the right way. So the Brotherhood will rise again eventually. Yeah, well, if you don't take out the Night Mother, they are going to re-rise. Hang on, yeah, that Jester that I met at the beginning of the game, that must be one of them. Yeah, even if you killed all the mortal members, I mean, if the Night Mother's still around, they're going to reform, aren't they? They really changed the Dark Brotherhood lore. In Morrowind, there was... So Morrowind has some interesting laws. In Morrowind itself, the province, political executions are legal. It's considered to be a perfectly acceptable form of politics to pay to have your rivals in politics to be killed. But you aren't allowed to just have anybody murdered. So there's an organisation in Morrowind which is the only one sanctioned to perform these political killings. So they have a legal assassins guild in Morrowind, and the Dark Brotherhood was supposed to be an offshoot of them that just decided, do you know what, if someone's willing to pay us, we don't really care. And as you can understand, the Dark Brotherhood are very illegal and very looked down upon because of it. I feel like by Skyrim they've changed their lore a bit. Babette is a child-turned vampire, and Cicero is the Night Mother's keeper. Huh. Right, I'm looking for a horse and cart, aren't I? If there isn't one, I'm probably going to have to go up to Whiterun. There's a theory that the Night Mother is actually Mephala herself doing a little trolling. Interesting. Very interesting.
Go fiddling with any locks around here, we're going to have a real problem.
Up to Whiterun, I guess. Yeah. Up to Whiterun. The fastest way to get to Whiterun from here is probably going to be through Helgen, then Riverwood, up to Whiterun. I would suggest. Who was it the group I was thinking of worshipped? I haven't been using their name because I don't know if you want me to spoil it or not. Sithis, I think it is. Oh, Mathala and Sithis. Interesting. Oh, you do know about the Morag Tong. Do they? I didn't know they turned up on South Sea. I didn't encounter them while I was there. That's really interesting. From what I know, my father is the Prince of Betrayal and the Daedric patron of the Morag Tong, so inventing a dark brother to cause trouble amongst her own seems pretty in character for her. I see. So you're very aware of the Morag Tong, though. Do. I could be misremembering the Celsian thing, but I do know about the Morag Tong from somewhere. The unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, perhaps? That three may have been where I initially heard of them, to be honest. One sec. That's north. Yeah, north is the way I want to be heading, isn't it? So this, I think, will take me towards Riverwood. I think. Okay, I was correct about the Celsian thing. I see. That's really interesting. I guess it's not that surprising, because it was another one of those things that people would remember from Morrowind, so it's likely to have ended up on a short list of things they wanted to include in the Celsian DLC. This looks like it'll probably take us to Riverwood, but from an odd angle. They're apparently hard to try and remove the governing body of Raven Rock. Oh, interesting. Makes sense. You fight them as part of a quest. I see. That would have been nostalgic. For those that have just joined us, we've been discussing today what game I should play next after Skyrim, because I'm thinking Either this or next Skyrim stream, maybe my last. Well, I think there's a fair chance I may end up coming back to this game one day, but if I do, it's definitely going to be more heavily modded. I don't have much interest in doing default Skyrim combat again. But with the limitations of the engine, I don't even know what they would do to fix it. Like, it would need a real ground-up overhaul. Bye-bye Skyrim, you will be missed. Well, as people were noting, the viewership's just dropped. And I have to be pragmatic. But I mention it because people may have game suggestions, that's all. I could do old school RuneScape. Now that's a slow game. Slow was the goal, wasn't it, Avon? Oh, I also have, what's it called? Cyberpunk. Whatever the year is. I've forgotten what the second part of the Cyberpunk title is. I was thinking Cyberpunk 76, but that's just mixing it up with Fallout 76, isn't it? I hear that game got a lot better. Oh, hang on. After release. Well, this is embarrassing. Oh, 2077, yes. Oh, it wasn't actually far off, by coincidence. Hello, Serrano.
Need a ride?
Right, I want to go to Dragon's Bridge, so that means Solitude, doesn't it? Yes, Solitude, I think.
Climb and back and we'll be off. Solitude's famous for its Bard's College. Worth a visit if you've never been.
Oh yeah, I never did the Bard's College, did I?
He has a lark.
There's been several good suggestions for games I could do, but Cyberpunk 2077 isn't a bad idea. Oops, I did not mean to have that vegetable soup when I did. Of the games you've chosen for yourself, my vote is on to start your DS1 Stone Armor run and beat one cycle of it, and then take a break and pivot into one of your Zelda games. Zelda's also a strong contender. Beat a DS1 run, then beat a Zelda. Rinse and repeat until you finish either the older Zelda titles.
What is it?
Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are potentially longer than Elden Ring, depending on how you approach them, or your DS1 project. The DS1 project, I hear you. I feel like the DS1 project is going to take a lot of careful planning, though. If I'm going to try and see every major quest conclusion, fight every boss and every significant non-boss, reach certain character goals, like being able to fast roll in stone armor and so on, there's a lot of logistics to figure out. I feel like I've forgotten some of the challenges I actually set myself as well. I don't think that was all of them. Actually, don't I have some notes here somewhere where I wrote down the different things I was thinking of attempting? Let me check quickly. Oh, yep, we can do 20 questions in a second. Oh yeah, I was also going to do every achievement. That was it. I was going to, I was seriously thinking of, apparently, I haven't done this, but apparently you can, clear your achievements on Steam. You can just tell it to delete them all. It's a one-time, once you've done it, you've done it. You can't undo it. But I was honestly thinking of also during this run hitting every achievement in the game as well. So that would be all bosses every run, across multiple runs, trying to make sure I also get every major quest conclusion and every major enemy that isn't technically a boss but is unique enough and staged such that they feel like a boss, like the Hydra. And we had very specific character goals, and there was the whole achievement thing too. So I was thinking, did I say that twice? So yeah, that's going to need some serious just sitting down and figuring out the logistics. What sort of things do I have to get done? When and so on. Particularly for the first run, because in the first run, even though I may not be so bothered about hitting all the quests, for example, I would have to have a very clear idea about how I'm leveling the character and what they're going to look like when they finish the new game. Achievement? Wow, I didn't know we could delete achievements. Achievements are going to require a lot of off-stream grinding or PvP. Do you think? Is it going to take that much work if I'm going all the way up to New Game Plus 6? I know. Which one's caused a lot of trouble? I've been humaning. Welcome back, Rowdy. I hope your humaning went well. Hey, Alfax. Howdy, Rowdy. How are you? Oh, I've done it again. I didn't have the YouTube thing up. The combined chat. I'm good cooking. Had to do things for Mum today, which was not fun. Oops, sorry.
This is a great day, my friend. You have struck a blow against darkness that will not soon be forgotten. Here, as promised, a most...
This isn't even normal dialogue. I mean, 3,000 gold would be amazing at the start of the game, but at this point it's not that significant.
You've made Skyrim a better place. I'll make sure the Emperor himself hears of all you've accomplished.
The way Serana just makes herself at home wherever we are. Covenant grinding for achievements is tedious. And I don't even know if some Covenant items are available as static loot. Okay. Well, this is what I mean. There's going to be a lot of logistics to work out. I'd have to pin down exactly what I'm trying to do and what is feasible and how I would do it. And then, once I've done all that, I would then have to start thinking about sprinkling milestones throughout the run. Because what you don't want to happen, from a viewer's perspective, is in like the first, in New Game and New Game Plus 1, I try and do everything. And then by the time we get up to like New Game Plus 3, it's just the same old grind, you know, but with slightly tougher enemies. You want to make sure that I'm hitting those, that the milestones are spread out throughout the entire series. Let's start with a Zelda run and then do the stone run. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It'd be starting with Zelda 1 if I did that. While incredibly complex, Saturn's ring system is commonly simplified into 3 main sections, historically labelled A, B and C. What am I doing? I think we've actually caught up with all the quests. I could go to the Ragged Flagon. That's probably the next thing to do, but then that's going to start the Thieves Guild. I don't know. What should I do now? Now we've handed that quest in. I think alternating between a Zelda game and New Game cycles of Stone Run will help both series in the long run. Gives you time for logistics and will probably keep viewers from getting bored. Apologies for my browser updates, it makes it crash. How are you, Alphax? I believe Alphax previously said... Howdy Rowdy, and that's odd. I swear that wasn't all they said. How are you, Rowdy? That was it. Sorry, we were doing 20 questions, weren't we? And you've already told me it's a video game, which you wouldn't usually do. That gives me a huge lead right at the start. Alright. I'm sorry for the delay, Alphax. I'm glad that you're good. I'm good, why? I'm simply asking you back, being polite. I'm glad you're good. Have to love autocorrect, especially when... Huh. So, you told me it's a game. Was it released before 2000? Also, who's the thing for 20 questions? Alphax. Alphax redeemed... Oh, it's a 5 stream streak for Alphax. Thank you very much. Alphax redeemed 20 questions 8 minutes ago. After 2K. Was it released before 2010? Maybe we should visit our family in game. After 2010. Was it released after 2020? Sorry, before 2020. Let me correct. Before 2020 is what I meant to say. I apologise. The woman in the ad has the most obnoxious contacts in. Interesting. They look like doll eyes. Very unflattering. Before 2020. Okay, so we're thinking of a game. We've determined that it was released between 2010 and 2019. That's not a question, that's a statement. Yeah, I'll bisect it once more. Was it released before 2015? Okay, that narrows it down a lot. So I know it's released between 2015 and 2019. Is it an RPG?
You're the one who wiped out the Dark Brotherhood. All the guards are talking about it. You're a hero to us all.
I see. Just looked at the TS1 achievements. The ones you're going to have a lot more trouble with, I think, are obtain all rare weapons, obtain all sorcerers, obtain all pyromancers, and obtain all miracles.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go?
Whiterun, please.
Climb and back and we'll be off. Nice weather for a ride.
So the question was, is it an RPG, a role-playing game? I'm sure you're right, Avon. I'm going to have to look into the logistics of those. Like, to state the obvious, obtain some weapons, obtain some sorcerers, obtain some pyromancy, and obtain some miracles would be easy. The question is, which ones are the hardest to get a hold of? Okay, I was looking it up. Oh, sorry. I know at least one miracle that requires trading in Gwyn's soul. Yeah, but I'll have, by the end, I'll have, what, 6 copies of Gwyn's soul before going in for the final run? But this is what I mean about spreading it out as well. Not only do I have to think about the logistics of, like, what am I trying to do, what has to happen for that to happen, but then also spreading it out. Not an RPG, okay. Is it a FPS, first person shooter?
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you. Sometimes I miss the soldier's life, but when I hold my daughter in my arms, I know I made the right choice.
Not an FPS.
I work with my mother. Sell fruits and vegetables. It's fun most days, but hard work.
It's so bright out here.
Is it 3D?
Stand it.
Save the spells for last 3 runs then. Maybe that'll make the Covenant grind easier.
Well met, traveler.
It is 3D. Okay.
Let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
We drink to our youth, today's come and gone. For the age of aggression is just about done.
Do you play one character primarily?
Out the storm cloaks and restore what we own. With our blood and our
So, if there happens to be like a short sequence where you get to play as another character,
Let's say that
that doesn't count. Just like, is it mostly about one character that you play? Play through the game as? One character primarily. Okay. Is it open world? I don't know. We do have a house here, but the moment I step into the house, the family are probably going to want my attention, which is fair enough, but we just need a short nap. Goodness knows we have the money, so let's have a short nap here. Definitely open world. Is it a sequel?
but this land is ours.
Let me know if there's anything else you...
Of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and ours.
Oh, define open world. I apologise. Sorry, I misread that. That's on me. An open world game is a game where, like, it's a game where you aren't, it has quite a large world, and you're able to move through it freely. Quests may require you to be in a specific place at a specific time, but in general, you choose what you do when. You can just roam around. Why don't we have Frosty define? Frosty. Please define open world in the context of video games. Oops.
We drink to our youth, today's come and gone.
An open world game permits players to explore a large, interconnected virtual environment freely, unlike linear games. It offers considerable autonomy in choosing objectives and paths, allowing for self-directed exploration and varied approaches to tasks.
Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings, on the day of your death.
I wonder if it'd sing that if we'd side the Stormcloaks. Or if the songs they sing actually also change with political allegiances.
But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes
Sadia,
and our
wake up there.
Yes, Mum. You want a drink?
No, thank you. I didn't know they'd speak to us. Like, if you just sit down. So Alphax, I'm still waiting for a answer to whether it's open world. If you need more context, Let's ask Frosty. I suspect the answer's yes, but I'm not sure. Is Cyberpunk 2077 an open world game? Having not played it is the only reason I'm not willing to go in confidently and say yes, but I'm pretty sure it is. Yes. Right, is it a sequel to an earlier game? You know, does it have 2, 3, 4 in its title, or they may have dropped the numbers or done the numbering oddly? You know, like how Star Wars Battlefront was Star Wars Battlefront 1, 2, then 1 again, then 2 again. But is it a sequel? Was there a pre-existing series it was clearly building on?
You're home!
I am home.
Did you give me a present?
Yes.
What is it? What is it?
An apple pie.
Thanks.
It's the only present he accepts. Now that's a hard question. Where's our daughter?
Honor to you, my Thane.
She's asleep. That's fair enough. Not a sequel. Okay. Interesting. Ooh. Very interesting. 3D, one character, not a sequel, open world, not RPG or FPS. What could it be? If it's not an RPG, it's not a MMO RPG. Let's narrow the date down a bit more. Was it released... Well, hold on. When could it have been released? 2015, 16, 17, 18 or 19 are the possibilities. So was it released before 2017? Oh. It was not. Was it released before 2018? No, it was not released before 2018. Okay. So was it released in 2018? Right, we got the year. So 2018... Not an RPG, not an FPS, is 3D, is open world.
Lars is such a milk drinker. He can't even stand up to a girl.
Is it a puzzle game?
Braith is a big meanie. She keeps telling Lars and me what to do. I don't want to play with her anymore. Mama!
I've got something for you, Lucia.
Wow, really? What do you get me?
An apple pie.
Thanks.
Not primarily a puzzle game. Okay. What type of game could this be? Is it a racing game? Hint, it's based on a movie. Well, that's a pretty big hint you didn't have to give. Like I can remember what games came out in... Sorry, what films came out in 2018 or thereabouts. Not a racing game. I'll ask, is it a fighting game? Wait a min. The hint was that it was based on a movie. I'm trying to think. Oh. Fighting game would be like Street Fighter or Tekken. Or Guilty Gear, I think. Or is there a specific one? Is it Guilty Gear Xrd or something? It's usually you would have two characters that are just fighting each other in a brawl on either side of the screen. Not a fighting game. Okay. Is it a horror game? It's not a horror game. What sort of game is this? It's not an RPG, it's not an FPS, it's not a puzzle game, it's not racing, it's not fighting, and it's not horror. Hint 2, it's based off a comic as well. So there's a movie and a comic, and there's a game. And it came out in 2018. Hold up, is this Spider-Man? That's a strong guess, isn't it? I don't know if there was a Spider-Man game in 2018. I was thinking something like the Avengers, which I've never seen. Oh, Alphax confirmed it is Spider-Man. Okay. So I'll make that my 18th question. Spider-Man 2018. So Avon got it. What type of game is it then? Look at the way the the backpacks, what's the word, clipping through the bench. Action adventure would be my guess. Open world game with story, basically swinging around the city using webs. Yes, it is an action adventure, I see. Interesting. Well, feel free to use the exclamation mark suggest command to add it to the list if it's not there already. I just happen to know that a bunch of Spider-Man games exist. Our poor character. After all the adventures they've been on, they don't know what to do with themselves. Remember to put a hyphen between spider and man. Interesting. There isn't usually, is there? Never actually played by myself. That one came out in 2018, was a guess, but my gut told me to ask, so I did. Yeah, wasn't there supposed to be one of the much earlier Spider-Man games that was like a major breakthrough? Like, what was it? I think it was like when in the early 2000s or something, there was a Spider-Man game where it was, you were swinging through the city as you do, but that was like the first time people had seen that. And, it did really, really well. I've never done the Arkham games, the Batman games. Those are other ones that are supposed to be really good. Isn't Lego Batman supposed to actually be really good? I say that because I used to play like the old Lego Star Wars games back in the day. Like the original. I owned the original Lego Star Wars. As in before you would call it Lego Star Wars 1, because there was only one. And I've seen a fair amount of Lego Star Wars 2 played. And they were fun for what they were, but, you know, perfectly pleasant, but nothing... But not like, truly... They were very unique. But they were no way a candidate to be like the best game ever or anything like that, is what I'm trying to get at. But I seem to remember then they announced... But then, of course, it became a major franchise, and every year or so they'd pump out another Lego this or that game. And then they announced they were going to have Lego Batman coming out, and I think a lot of people were... generally of the opinion that you know, they know what they're doing. The Lego Star Wars games, they've invented this genre and they know what they're doing. It's going to be another solid entry, but you know, it's just going to be another one. But then I think the reviews came in and they were genuinely really glowing. A lot of people were saying, no, like this is the best Lego Star Wars game we've maybe ever seen, or at least seen in a long time. Did I say Lego Star Wars? Obviously meant Lego if I did. That's another one I would actually consider, if it's as good as they claim. I should probably think about wrapping up now, and have a jolly good think about what game is going to be our next. I don't know whether I'll do any more Skyrim or not, but I definitely should be thinking about what comes after Skyrim anyway. So thank you for joining me, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. What was I thinking? Thank you to everybody that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody that logged. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, you're very welcome. One thing I'll tell you about Zelda 1 is that you outright need a guide for it unless you want to spend hours going in circles. I see. That's good advice. Thank you, Avon. Genuinely. Thank you, Avon. I'm just trying to think who we want to raid. That's all. I take suggestions as well. Oh, how about Jeezy? We haven't raided Jeezy in a while. Yeah, sorry if I seem a little subdued right now. Oh wow, oh I'm too late, but I can still wish you a fantastic good night. Oh, it's lovely to see you, James. I hope you're well. Yeah, it is unfortunate timing, but it is a pleasure to see you as always. How have you been, if you don't mind my asking? Do consider giving James Games a follow. He is a lovely streamer. Recent broadcasts include Marvel's Spider-Man. That's very topical. Oh, you did the bushcraft recently. I didn't. Unfortunately, I didn't end up tuning in, but I did notice that that's something that you had been doing. That's very different. I hope that went well. Thank you for the shout out. I've been alright. How are you? I'm surviving, just normal mental health stuff, but surviving. Hope you all had a fantastic stream. The bushcraft was insane. Really? Insane good? Oh, thank you, James. I can probably restart that music. If I could find where it is. There we go. Oh yes. In the end I was shirtless. Need I say more? Well, I feel like it begs a lot of questions, but perhaps we don't want to know the answer to those questions. I hope you don't mind my saying, but it certainly implies that bushcraft may not be your forte if you ended up leaving the bush with considerably less than you entered. I'm teasing, by the way. But no, what a fantastic idea for a stream. Anyway, yes. Sorry the timing wasn't more opportune, but it is lovely to see you. Hopefully some other time. The raid didn't... Did the raid go ahead? I'm a little confused. Okay, I'm not seeing... Did the raid go ahead? It didn't. Yeah, Twitch told me that the raid did go ahead, even though I see no evidence that a raid took place. As in, like, I literally got a little thing pop up and say that I got raided over, but they're offline. Oh! Wow, that's really weird. Oh well. Bizarrely, my viewership at this exact moment is higher than it's been all stream, so I don't know how that happened, but I guess we'll give Kira a raid then. Thank you for joining me, everyone. It was lovely to see you, James. Unfortunately, I don't think you've been credited on the credits because you started speaking after I began the credits, but I appreciate your being here. And thank you for the raid, Avon, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Take care, everyone. And I've obviously forgotten that there's a 10-minute wait on the raid going through. which is a bit silly, but still. There we go.